doing, but in your own way, like you justified it very well. But anyway, it was nice talking to you. I'm
there's no. I don't want to be a Jew. I don't want.
I know you seem to be cosplaying.
I don't want to be some fucking bumheads from some village called Yehuda in fucking Babylon.
Let's keep it centered, man.
You're not. Come on, even the Jews. We have no guarantees that the returnees, the Jews who came from Babylon, who literally that's why you're called a Jew. They're the ones who cemented, conflated the identity of the tribe of Judah with the very religion. That's them, the returnees. We have no guarantee that these people are actually from the stock that was exiled from the kingdom of Judah. We have no.
Okay, so here's what the Jews in Palestine did to try to intervene in Hungary. It's not an area of expertise that I had, so I had to research it.
Research what? You mean you just Googled it? Okay.
No, just Google it. Try to find. I'll give you the sources, but it's interesting. The Special Operations Unit sent agents into Hungary and Slovakia in 1943 and 44, who were trying to organize escape routes and resistance. Unfortunately, they were caught at the border, tortured and executed in Budapest in November of 1944. So there were a lot
of failed rescue efforts. Yeah. But Cynic,
I
want to point out...
on behalf of the Jewish Agency?
Yes, they were.
Okay, where's your proof? Show me the source.
Well done. Get to the source.
Cynic, I think our perspective is a little skewed because Ashkenazi Jews who live in America that were post-Holocaust, most of us were rescued by some entity or another, right? That did some sort of heroic mass distribution of faith.
There's also a lot of Ashkenazi Jews whose grandparents came over in the 1880s or 1920s. So,
but the ones who experienced the Holocaust,
I think it's a fraction.
But we're rescued by someone, so our perception is.
Not all Jewish victims of the Holocaust were Ashkenaz. They're religious. There's Jews, like I said, out of the 10 million that were pre-World War II, only 7 million were Ashkenaz.
We don't split hairs like that, though. It's just we're collective.
I split hairs. No, I do. Because it's
well, that's not how other people split hairs.
It's important. So when there's...
Ethnicity is just a way to categorize people.
No, your ethnicity is an Ashkenazi. That's your ethnicity. There's no...
Ashkenazi?
Yeah, you're an Ashkenazi.
No, we're a tribe. We're a tribe.
Jewish.
We're a tribe.
That's like a fucking Chinese Muslim.
We don't look at ethnicity. We look at it's a tribe. We're an ethno-tribe. We have a common origin point. We have a common language. We have a common culture.
A collective memory.
Take over the identity and become synonymous with this identity in recognition. By reference from the external observer, that doesn't mean they get to change history and claim they have authority to interpret now who gets to be a Jew. We have 1,400 years of who a fucking Jew is.
Listen, we're not even laying claim to the land. Fuck off. Like I'm American. It's not like I'm claiming Israel. So why do you care how we associate?
And why? First of all, why are you putting yourself in the collective? One.
I don't know. You're trying to split hairs between Ashkenazis and fake Ashkenazis.
Because the hairs can be split because there is a difference between Ashkenazi and the Jews or people who were Jewish who are still, whether they continue to hold on to their backgrounds. Just because I convert to Judaism doesn't mean I'm...
Yeah, but they all intermarried. They all interbreeded. Who cares?
Well, I got you numbers. I can
that's actually factual.
Show you how literally you have to concede to it too.
But how can you split them if they've all married each other? Who cares?
Because we have the data. The numbers are there. So
it's not like they lived separately. They became one ethnic group.
And the Jews, there's a difference. I'm telling you, 7 million Ashkenaz. The whole 10 million were not Ashkenaz.
Okay, sure. Well, who gives a fuck? We don't care.
I have the data. If you want everything, I wouldn't be...
I think it's irrelevant to this conversation. We're simply talking about why people today consider themselves Jews.
We're exposing how Zionists literally did not pre-warn the Jews in Hungary.
Agreed. We all agree.
Imminent.
They fucked
Okay,
up.
So, but then I got here, motherfucking Yakub coming up here and telling me, oh yeah, they sent some rescues. I asked him,
No, there were rescues. I can show you.
where's the
If you,
fucking source? I know.
I just put a source. I just put a source in
Jewish
the.
agency, because that literally would go against literally what this book is saying. Do you understand? So this book is saying that the Jewish leadership, where is it here? The Central Zionist leadership in Palestine, so the Jewish agency, they deliberately, not a single authoritative word was issued by the Jewish agency or Zionist officials acknowledging the actual deportations. So that's the problem. So I have it also, only 600 were rescued. That's it. And literally selected, handpicked. But this has to do with the Kessler trial. This is, or whatever it's called. This has to do, this is separate from the trials. This has nothing to do with that. There's more. This book is full of.
I actually think this is the consensus. I don't think this is the. I think what you're reflecting is the consensus in Jewish history. That in fact the Jewish agency
history. Holy shit! This is Zion. Stop conflating Zionism with Judaism. Why? Stop doing that.
We're talking about Zionists and Jews who saved Jews,
Okay,
right?
so if
Jewish history has to do with the
I
Holocaust.
just want you to realize, if you continue to conflate Jew and Zionist,
In this case,
then
they're both involved.
Then you're telling people there is no difference. That's what you're telling people.
Yes, these are enmeshed. We all agree that these are enmeshed. Both your side and the Zio side conflate when it's convenient.
What's my side?
The pro-Pallies and the pro-Israelis conflate Jews and Zionists when it's convenient and divorce them when it's convenient.
We're not guilty of shit.
We're talking about the fucking Holocaust, which happened to the Jews.
You
Shut
don't
up.
know shit about Palestinians or Palestinian history or Jewish history or the people still of the land. You're Jew by fucking name only.
That's not true. I've read all the history books.
Ashkenazi. You fucking don't even know when the Bar Kokhba revolt happened.
Because I don't care about fucking biblical history. I care about modern history.
Like the Bar Kokhba.
I'm not. What is this, like Bible?
Bible?
Like, who gives a fuck? I don't believe in the Old Testament.
Bar Kokhba was on the Old Testament.
Who's the oldest rabbi?
Or the Nevi'im or the Ketuvim.
It's not in any of those. It's not.
It's
actually in what's it called? The Maccabees 1 and 2, right? Which is not really part of.
No, it's not. It's post Tanakh.
It's supposed to be.
It happened in 132 or 136. But anyways,
134 is the best data I have.
yeah, probably. So the point is this, right? So you're talking about Zionism. Who cares about talking about ethnicity right now? We're not even like that's
Let's
not
talk
even
about the Holocaust, which
Why are
targeted
you feeling
Jews.
defensive over literally?
Because you're talking about my family that was wiped out by the Holocaust, and you're saying that they're not Zionists. You're saying, oh, it's only about Zionists, it's not about Jews. No, my family who were anti-Zionists were killed, okay?
Condemning the Zionists for literally
Killing my
We know
anti-Zionist
you condemn
family, okay?
Zionists, like that's a given. But you don't need to back that up.
Different. I'm exposing how Zionists literally.
You're acting like these are different groups. They were the same fucking people who were killed in the Holocaust.
It's not like they said, oh, here's where everyone lives, go pick them up.
If I literally know someone's going to your house to put a bullet in your head and spare you the fucking misery that you're in, and I don't go warn the police about it, I am complicit.
I agree the Zionists are complicit. Do you understand? I agree
No,
with
they're
that part.
not. They had limited
They're
ability
at
to
least
change
part,
the outcome.
that's at least debatable, Yaakov, whether they're complicit.
no.
They had limited capabilities and they used the
Because they said
capabilities
they
to
said
the
they had
maximum
the
extent.
Havara agreement. Did you read about that, Sinek? How they had to.
Yes, I know. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
They
What
saved
was
some
wrong
at the
with that?
expense of others. They handpicked who was saved.
No, hold on. The Germans set the price of what it meant to be able to get out. So they set it so high that only the rich Jews could do it. So that they together they set the number, okay? Then the Germans on their own said how many Reichmarks need to be deposited in the banks that would be flowed through to Bank Leumi in Palestine. They set the price, which meant that only certain people who were rich enough to buy in were able to get out.
Okay, but understandably,
So the
Yaakov,
whole
there was a
deal
whole
was-
generation of Jews that was resentful of it, right?
Yeah, of course they were, because they felt that you know,
But
that
they were
certain
betrayed
people
by the
got
Zionists.
preferential treatment. Right, but it's not as
So
though...
Sinek's not wrong. The Jews also felt they were betrayed by the Zionists.
All I'm trying to say is that they didn't say we want these people versus those people.
They
They said
they let the rich people buy their land.
They said we want 36,000 people.
No, Yaakov, they actually did say that. So if you look
No.
at Chaim Weizmann, yes. Do you want me to pull out a
Literally
for you?
did say that.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at the treaty. I'm just looking at the agreement, not the treaty, but the agreement
after
and how it worked.
Ha'avara.
We have
Yeah, after Ha'avara.
Yaakov, the European
So let me-
Jews felt the same way Cynic described, even if his
Oh,
love
okay.
is
I'm just looking at the basis of who could come, who could deposit it, who had enough money. I don't care what anyone
No,
said.
it's
That's
not.
the
It's not
agreement.
limited
Don't
to.
care what
Yaakov,
anyone
hold
What?
on. It's not limited to just Ha'avara. Like the whole Jews. So Chaim Weizmann, who of course you know who that is, he said that Palestine is no solution for the Jewish problem in Europe. Palestine cannot absorb the Jews
I'm
in
just
Europe. We
so-
only want. Hold on.
No,
we
no,
want
hold on.
only the best of Jewish youth to come to us.
Fine.
We want
I
only
don't
the
care
educated
if
to enter
I don't like
Palestine
statements like
for the
that. That's
purposes-
fine.
Why?
You know,
You don't like statements like that? Yeah,
No, I'm
because
just
it
saying,
exposes
it
what
doesn't-
Zionists actually thought. Zionists did not care to save all the poor people in Europe, all the poor Jews of Europe. They didn't give a
Listen,
shit about
I-
that. They wanted to cream of the crop and the rest can die.
It's worse than that, bro. They
I'm
knew
someone.
about
She brought out
imminent
the
threat
Havar
to
agreement, and I was
Hungarian
just
Jews.
correcting her on a
They
point.
didn't say
All right, let's talk about Havara.
So no, I don't want to
No,
talk
we're
about
done.
Havara. I want to talk about this.
I gotta take this.
So this is not about the VAR. I don't care about the VAR agreement. You're not going to educate me that. I already know about that. That's old news. We didn't know about this. So if
Well, we did know about this. I'm telling you,
I didn't know about this. You just know about the Castor trials. You don't know about how the Jewish agency, the leadership.
that's what the
Jewish
Havara
agency
is.
in Palestine. No, that's different. So that was public, declared, and they even minted coins in celebration of that shit. This is different. I know that you're about to get holocausted, motherfucking Hungarian Jews. I stay quiet. I could have just fucking said out loud, hey, Hungarian Jews in American paper, some European, whatever. Send them one guy. Hey, by the way, I'm sure there were fucking ways of communicating and reaching out. They managed to get 600 Hungarians in a special fucking train and shit out of Hungary. What happened to the hundreds of thousands?
But you know, the
stay
American
quiet,
Jews
don't
also
warn.
betrayed. The American Jews also
Oh,
betrayed
so
the
if they're
European Jews.
bad, okay, Americans are bad, and okay.
No, American Jews. I'm saying Jews are bad. Okay, I'm with you.
Why are they bad? Why are they
Because
bad?
the American Jews also betrayed the European Jews.
How?
They didn't want to.
How?
They want to speak up because they were scared it would make them vulnerable.
No,
They
I mean,
refused to
they
talk
were
about
vocal from the 1930s. What are you talking about?
the Holocaust. No, they weren't.
They were literally crying, 6 million Jews are in danger. 6 million Jews are in danger. Every fucking newspaper in America fucking said, 6 million Jews. Before the Holocaust, and 6 million Jews number ever came up. We trace the whole 600 Jews are in danger from the fucking 1920s. Like, you think this 6 million number popped up after the Holocaust? Give me a fucking break. But somehow the Jews are prophets, obviously. 6 million, they prophesized it. 6 million, boom, mashallah. Hitler going exactly. Maybe. I don't know, man. Crazy. But I'm not going to argue with that. Fine, 6 million, 6 million. There were 10 million before. I have data that shows Ashkenazis were 7 million. State verified data. European states. Ashkenazi are not all Jews in Europe. That's one. And Ashkenazi, you would consider, if there is an ethnicity, just say Ashkenazi. And not only that, Zionists are not just aiding or agreeing with Hitler, or trying to make the best out of a bad situation like Yakub was trying to say. No, you're complicit. And you're crying about fucking Mufti Haj Amini is fucking shaking hand because he's trying to make the fucking best out of a bad situation. That's actually, unlike Avram Stern, who's fucking, pick me, bro. Literally going to Adolf Hitler, pick me, bro. Not only that, but now we know that they're literally knew what Hitler had planned and fucking just stay quiet about it, especially when it comes down to Hungary. And God knows what else. I still haven't dissected the whole thing. It's still doing it. Once it's all processed, it's going to bring everything that this book says to light. It's probably one of the most condemning texts. I've already said this. The Iron Wall, this, Rome and Jerusalem, or Jerusalem and Rome by Moses Hess, and the Jewish State by Herzl, I believe, at this point. I would put this in the must-know category. And anybody who continues to defend Zionism post this, or somehow that Israel or Zionist project is somehow as a response to growing persecution, or like the Jewish problem or the Holocaust, needs to shut the fuck up real quick.
So see, now what would be interested is a solution, because all right, we know Zionism
I'll tell you the solution.
is not a good
solution.
It's not a, okay, so what is it?
That's it. The solution is leave.
Nah, bro, not necessarily. How, like,
yes,
what,
bro, that is necessary.
what do you mean leave?
The Jews need all the fucking Jews in Israel should just leave, except the religious Jews. That's it. They should stay because they haven't fought against us, so they can stay. The ones who have fought against us, they should leave.
No, but even the religious Jews have fought. They haven't.
The ones who have fought should leave as well, but most of them haven't fought, so they know if they fight that they would be, condemned under our laws and their laws. So that's why they'll never fight.
So,
Yeah, they can stay. Everybody else can leave. They should all leave because no, there's no more peace. We're not talking about peace. Sorry, bro. We already. No, bro. The honor of the Muslims and the honor of the Arabs doesn't allow for us to do a Salah ad-Din scenario, nor have they allowed us to commit to a Salah ad-Din scenario. So that train has sailed. It's over now, especially post God's will.
You're lagging, bro.
How about now?
It's a bit better. Say something.
No, I was saying that, we have to be grateful for liberal Jews like Buttercup, because they're giving up their, they're trying.
Bro, you're not gonna score, bro. You're not gonna score, though.
No, he's right, man.
They're
That's
risking,
true.
they're risking like, their family, everything, cutting them off and stuff.
What do you mean? You've been in the chat saying that I'm a traitor and be suspicious and don't. She's trying to infiltrate us. She's being an asshole.
He's doing the pick me, bro. Which is fine. But I mean, you're literally a continent or an ocean away, so I'm not sure what you're doing, but okay.
But see, that's the issue. It's like extreme Zionism. Like, it's dangerous. It's literally it's like Nazism in another flavor. It's like
Okay, so would you keep Nazis and would you continue to allow the French to remain in Morocco or in Algeria? Or
no. So for sure, there's a court that there's a judgment that needs to be.
I'm sorry. When did the FLN or the Algerian whatever organization? When did they do a trial? No, they packed up their shit and they went back to where the fuck they're from.
Jihad. No, I'm just saying.
Why are you saying it that way?
No, I'm just saying, no, it's true. Like, I see what you mean. There's a justice that needs to be done, and if someone was killing people,
because I don't want to apply the justice on you, because the justice is to execute you.
Anyways, but okay, but I'm saying, like, what's the practical solution for?
That is the practical solution.
No.
It's the inevitable solution.
You're talking about the conclusion. I'm saying, what's the solution to get there?
Okay. The solution to get there. We don't have to do anything. We have to just fucking contain this fucking wild animal long enough until we get 5th gen stealth fighters, pretty much, and nice radar systems. At that point, they fucking better start swimming. And that's what's happening. once those cons are in the air,
So let me reframe it.
it's already a fucking ticking bomb. Leave, man. Just
Let me
fucking
reframe
leave.
it. You're
Leave,
saying
I promise you, because if I'm gonna do it to you, I'm telling you, they will do much worse to you. So just leave.
So you're saying basically peace be upon those who are peaceful, because that's the message in the end.
تروح سخط اليهود شر الناس عداوة, the worst of those animosity. Listen, you fucking stupid Moroccan. The fucking worst enemies of the Muslims are the Jews. This is in your book. This is in the Quran.
No, don't say it like this. Be
وأشد الناس عداوة لكم اليهود.
So there's a context, right? You need to
That's a
understand
context?
greater-
What the fuck is
the
the
greater
context? Go
picture.
ahead, tell me, you fucking retarded Sufi. Go ahead.
Bro, this guy.
Now tell me what the context is.
So listen, bro, it's not a.
بيعلمنا context.
No, it's not a. We're not talking race right now. We're not talking.
Race?
There's never
I
a
thought you were
generalization.
for you, Jacob.
Any other? No. So
Yeah,
just let me just say this: never ever God is generalizing in the Quran. Never. You can't say He's talking about every.
He talks about collectives. What are you fucking talking about? He always talks in Masala and Yahud.
No. He's
ايش
talking
ولا
about
ضلك
the
تقول لي
ones
no
who
كأنك
fight.
بتفهم. عندي نزلتك. Get me a reference. If you're gonna talk about the Quran, either you're gonna argue the very apparent language, so you're gonna read the verse and try somehow to use the common sense logic to argue your point. So providing examples via the Quran, or you're gonna provide an exegete. That's what you're gonna do.
Okay, so I could show you a source for sure, but this is 100% like there's no generalization 100% on any group of people. Like let me show you a verse. I'm gonna show you.
Now, we didn't say stereo. You're trying to make it seem like the Quran stereotypes people. No, the Quran doesn't stereotype.
Exactly.
But it tells you about nations and collectives. It describes collectives. It describes nations. It does. So it describes in Nasara, describes in Yahud, describes them, describes in Majus.
Yeah, and it says different things about
The sky,
groups of people
peaceful.
depending on the verse, right? So there's a context.
Okay, that fucking
consideration.
specific verse. What is the fucking context?
Yeah, let me actually.
All right, then get your fucking stop yapping and start searching.
No, because I know the verse, but you're gonna
You
say
don't know. I know you don't know.
No, I know.
Who knows more about the religion? Me or you?
Isn't it a
Who knows
surah
more? I do.
where-
I do.
Maida.
Say, Mikhail, you
Oh,
do.
No, probably not.
If we were to lead the prayer, who would put first? Who would step up? Me or you?
I'm gonna say you because you're older, but it's
No, it's about
it's
who
not
knows more about the
yeah,
Quran.
yeah, it's the one who recites better Surah Al-Fatiha. That's how we do it. Or knows
The one who
most.
has the most Quran memorized is the one.
Exactly. So maybe it's me, right? So, but I'm just saying, like out of respect, you're older, so I'm just gonna.
No, it's not about respect. It's not about older, younger.
It's about It's
If
about.
there's a 17-year-old and he has the Quran memorized, he's gonna be the imam.
Yeah. So, anyways, bro, this is pointless. So
Anyways, get to your point. Yeah, show me real quick before I, lose patience. Yeah. So I don't know what this yearning to defend Jews or whatever. I don't know.
No,
why
it's
you keep doing
because
this. It's kind of
there's
disgusting.
a line. No, I'm just saying there's a line, right?
So
So
no, you're here
the way
agreeing
you
that the
speak and-
conclusion is literally what I'm saying. You're saying, yes, how do we get there to the conclusion, which is they all
to
go
be
on
peaceful
a
with
little
the ones
swim.
who are peaceful.
No, we're peaceful with the ones who are peaceful.
There you go.
Okay, the peaceful ones are the religious ones. Not all of them, but you see, we're not stereotyping here. So we know
I'm just trying to
that
make sure it's formulated
we know
better,
there's
so-
a religious brigade or a religious unit in the IDF. We know those guys. Nothing. We know. We got tabs, bro. When the day comes, the religious, they're fine because they intentionally are going out of the way not to fight. The ones who are not going out of their way and are booty clapping, they fucking need to leave. And we're not gonna forgive. the Christians are different. The West, not only are they a rival, but they have never backstabbed us. They have always been straight pulling out the sword in our face and their big ass cross right in front of their army. So they at least have the honor of exposing themselves as the enemy. The Jews are different. Backstab. There's a difference. So they don't deserve that kind of honor of the warrior. They don't deserve the honor of the warrior.
Surat al-Ma'idah, which was verse 82, the context was literally talking about treason, right? So it was specifically towards...
Explain to me, read the verse, and read within the verses that include that that will highlight that context. Then we got a point there. At least provide the reference that
Actually,
says
we agree. We literally agree. We're
Is that
not in disagreement. I'm gonna do it.
I got nothing. I put my fucking foot in my mouth like I'm used to, Mikhail. My brain literally, I got dropped by my mother. When I was a baby, I got dropped, and that's what happened.
Well, let me
don't
read
take
the
me
verse, right?
seriously, bro.
Let me read the verse. So it says,
Well, please.
had they believed, okay, and the prophets, in what you revealed to them, okay, befriend you, and you will find the people who are most hostile towards the believers, the Jews and the polytheists, and you will find the nearest in affections, the believers who say we are Christians. Okay, so that's the verse here. There you go. So when you look at the context,
That's pretty clear to me.
yeah, but when you look at the context, what's the context about? Because there was a battle that took place.
Okay, but just because these verses came in relation to a specific event or interaction with Jews, now does that mean that this verse, in the way that it was phrased, is only specific to that event?
I didn't finish the verse. Let me finish the verse, okay? So,
just answer the
there must be tribe among them are priests and monks, and they're not arrogant. Oh, so the point is this, right? So
if it was very special, then why mention the Christians and the priests and the monks? That's a general information.
Yeah, but
why mention it mushriki and why mention it Yahud? Like, why not say, Yahud fil Medina?
Okay, in the same chapter. Okay, let me show you what it says in the same chapter.
Bro, I need you to shut the fuck up and show me next.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you actually this.
You're gonna show me Abdik Tefik. That's what you're gonna show me. Stop fucking yapping. Provide the exegete or shut the fuck up. Fuck. Zero tolerance to fucking yappers, man. Fucking put your evidence where your mouth is.
You're a child, man. Like, this is crazy.
No, this is not. I'm sorry. I just don't like shit
Anyone, you just move them down when you don't like.
I like high IQ rooms. I don't like to hear you fucking come here and fucking leak out your anti-Arab self. I don't know.
Anti-Arab. Wow. No, self-hating Arab. Yeah, there you go.
That's what it is.
All right.
That's what it is. When you adopt a theology that you can't defend, after formerly being an atheist, who literally sat with me more than several times arguing logically, that there is no evidence for theism, and then to adopt Trinity and tritheism, and you literally can't defend it. I would literally crush you like a bug right now.
But what we were talking about earlier had nothing to do with theology. Like, why are you bringing
Okay, so all these components together, if I start adding them together, I see that someone literally wasn't always identifying as a Turkmen over time. You're practically you're just a more hinged, what's that fucker's name? Wolfie, or what the fuck he goes by these days. That's all you are.
Dude, I don't identify as a Turkmen. It's people on this app. Like, it's people on this app that call me that. I've never called myself that.
You just did in this room.
I do it at a trolling with Prince specifically because as soon as I came on this app, I said I was serious.
You're very bad at displaying sarcasm. Then, like a tone change that would allude to sarcasm.
No, you have to listen to Bani Adam while he's drunk. It's so funny. That's so
Listen,
sarcastic.
I don't call myself a Turkman.
I never heard of it.
Right?
I don't
It is
Yeah,
literally Prince that keeps calling me that. So because Prince keeps calling me that, I say it like.
ماما بتمنيك عليك برضه يعني.
Man, exactly. هي منيكة. الأخير, everybody knows I'm Syrian. I don't give a shit
You're
about
Arab. You're Arab.
Yes, I'm Arab. Yes, I know this.
With
I
no
never
hair.
denied that I'm Arab.
And
Why?
Turk.
Because this is not because but my genes have nothing to do with it. That's why I said like I don't give a shit.
Genes anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said I don't give a shit about taking a DNA test. It wouldn't change my opinion or my identity of myself any one bit.
Exactly.
Like if I had indisputable proof through genetics that I actually do descend from modern day Russia, it doesn't change my identity in the least. I wouldn't be any less Arab. That was my argument, is that this is not a racial identity.
I agree you wouldn't be any
Cultural
Arab. I mean, I agree it wouldn't be
Agree
any
with
less
him.
Arab. The question, the issue is that would you claim to be a Turkmen regardless of being Arab?
Would I claim to be there's plenty of people who come from a Turkic background.
Are
who
you claiming to be a Turkmen?
Not really, because I don't
So
have
you're
the
not a
culture.
Turkmen.
But Cynic, no, because I don't have that cultural continuity. There are people in Syria who still hold to the Turkish culture. They still have like a
There are Turkmen.
Turkic
I
language.
understand. There are
Yes.
Turkmen.
No. But there are Turkmen. Yes, there are Turkmen who have assimilated completely, like my family, into Arab culture.
How do you know
There are
that?
those that have not.
How would you know that?
That my family is Turkic originally?
Yeah.
Through oral tradition and through my last name.
oral tradition.
So last names can
Yeah.
change. We all know what happened.
Yeah, but my last name.
The
Yeah, but my last
name.
name is very unique.
What is your last name?
It's ما بدي احكي, I don't want to say it here, but like it's very unique. As in, like it's not
But it's
not a
not an
meaning of a
absolute
word.
thing.
It's
It
not
doesn't. It doesn't highlight in an absolute.
Yeah, my,
It does. It does. It highlights pretty specifically
Well,
that I come from a Turkic background.
my mother's side of the family have some rumors of them being Turkish or coming from
Mine
Anatolia.
too.
Yeah, and
Mine
it doesn't
too.
mean anything. This is everywhere, by the way.
No. Well, like, okay, because my grandfather is from northern Aleppo, right, outskirts of Aleppo, like on the borders of Turkey.
What is Aleppo? Halab?
حلب من ريف حلب من حدود على حدود
الشمال.
يا الشمال على حدود.
But you have no way to know for sure. There's nothing concise.
No. Again, it's a matter of oral tradition. But even if I did know through genetics, again, even if I knew
It
through
wouldn't change
genetics,
his
it's
identity.
indisputable. It wouldn't change my identity in the least.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
still call myself.
Okay, but I would
That's what I'm trying to say.
be a Turkmen, so I just wouldn't.
No, but I would say like I'm an Arab of Turkic descent.
There's no way for
Yeah.
you to really know, though.
No, I'm saying if through genetics I discovered that this was actually factually true.
Yeah, sure.
I would still say,
that's the
yes,
case.
I'm an Arab of Turkic descent.
Now you actually have
But it doesn't change.
falsifiable data to back whatever legend
Yes,
is
yeah.
in your family.
Yes, but again, it would not change my identity. That's what I'm trying to say.
I understand.
Is that
I got
our identity is through culture,
No,
not
no,
through
no.
genetics.
You're Arab.
So
Yes, I'm Arab through culture.
let's
Yeah.
get back to let's get back to
So
the
you
Me
don't
too,
want to say
actually.
by
My-
culture because you don't know actually what you would
It's like, me
that's
too.
what I'm saying.
Me too. Actually, my grandfather from from maternal side they're all of them are Turks. They came here to Egypt because of the Ottoman.
MashaAllah.
I mean, that's harder to prove because it's through your mother. But
No. I
Yeah.
mean, no. It's actually my the grandmother of.
عيلة أمه يعني
عيلة
أمه
أمه.
أهل إخوة عندهم الفكرة
Yeah.
إنه في ممكن يكون
yeah, but it's harder to prove through him. Like if he took a DNA test, that wouldn't really show up.
No.
It would be
show-
through
his
potential.
خاله
If you have seen my maternal side, all of them they look like Turks, man.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what you look like.
And their names too. Like the grandfather of my maternal side. What the fuck is going on?
All right. America is waging a war.
America came back. Hasib, and that's my grandfather's name from my maternal side, Hasib, right? And all of them they are coming from like Ottoman like all of them were Turks, you know. But like I don't claim to be Turk. Fuck Turkey.
Okay, but again, I would not see, just as my mother's side of the family, even though, again, this is a very, no one really knows where this is from. They don't know. And it might have been.
It's a trend.
Because they have, no, because I've noticed this with people who have more like white features. You know, so blonde, whiteness, like more European white. So these people, I feel like, are usually like, oh, maybe he's Turk, as in like Anatolian. Like that's where this kind of like. So it might have been, you know, people teasing them, and then later on, this kind of became like oh, you know, we're told by people that we're Turk kind of thing.
Sometimes it happens the opposite. So my mom is Beit al-Aswad, right? Her last name is Black. They say that they descend from Sudan.
In her house.
Yeah, they come from Sudan, right? However, her entire family, not just her family, like her extended family, they're all white as fuck with green and blue eyes and blonde hair.
So what?
Typical Syrian family.
So how are they black? Like, that's nothing about being black.
This could be even way back, like when the Greeks.
So just like so do you believe your mother's side of the family is from Sudan?
No, I don't believe it.
But their last name implies it.
Yes, but the thing is, that's what could mean many things. No. In the cases of my last name, it's actually very specific. Like my last name doesn't have a meaning in Arabic.
You understand the Turkic language is like 40% Arabic. I don't know, whatever.
No.
Persian. I don't know.
Yeah. So in terms of my last name, the etymology of it clearly means, like very, very clearly, that I come from Kazan. Specifically, Kazan in modern day Russia, which is like
what about
a Turkic
Russia?
Russia.
Imagine you have a Meccan origin. Like
Hajar
al-Aswad. No, I'm just saying Hajar al-Aswad.
In terms of Beit al-Aswad?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, that's the thing. Aswad could mean a lot of things. It doesn't mean I have to refer to the skin tone, right?
So you exposed your mother's last name, but you didn't say your father.
Yeah, of course. That's not my last name. ما هي مش كلمة عربية، إذا حكيتها هتقول لي شو يعني؟
يعني أنت في سوريا لما تروح تحكي اسمك الأخير يعني إيش راح يقولوا؟
Actually, when I was in Saudi Arabia, they wouldn't be able to pronounce it.
Okay, my mother is family. Their neighbors, their house is called Clyde. Right? Clyde.
This is English.
Clyde. Look, I'm not sure you probably find it if you.
I don't know.
Yo, this is rare.
كلايف موجود الاسم هذا جاي هو يقول لي انا انجليزي يعني.
شو يعني كاف لام يا؟
I think كاف لام الف يا.
كلاي.
كاف لام الف يا كلاي.
كلاي.
ايوه كالي. استشهاد like the very first thing that it came up is استشهاد 8 من عائلة واحدة بقصف إسرائيلي استهدف منزل عائلة كلاي. Yeah, it's very
known. Like Muhammad.
Yeah, that was his slave name.
Okay, I'm just saying, يعني, you could say this name. This doesn't. It doesn't matter. يعني, we don't know Clive. And when JB and this and that, well, احنا عارفين.
طيب يعني مين من الوقت ده؟ طيب الكنية تبعي دركزندي.
That sounds Persian.
No, it's Turkish. Yeah.
Like Samarkandi. Like Samarkandi.
Yeah, it sounds like
so like the thing is, okay, so let me break it down. دار يعني
ألف بالدال درك يعني درك
لا مش درك دركزن درك. It's actually so yeah, so دار okay يعني بيت صح؟ كازانلي okay. You'll actually find many villages in modern day Turkey called Kazanli. Why? Because Kazan, li meaning from. It's like a suffix to mean from this place. Kazan is a place of, a Turkic place in modern day Russia. It was conquered by the Russians.
Oh, it's true, man.
Yeah, it was once a caliphate, not a caliphate.
Turkic and Persian, maybe.
Yeah, so it was like Kazan in modern day Russia. It's still majority Muslim, by the way, but it was conquered by the
You're a
by the
Khazar.
Russians.
No, I'm
Not a
just-
Khazar,
No, I'm just
Kazan.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So yeah, it was conquered by the Russians, and a lot of people had to flee because the Russians tried to force convert them.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. So that's why there's a lot of Kazan people, right?
Are you from the north? You're from the north, right? That's what you said.
My grandfather is,
Okay.
but then he moved to Damascus.
Yeah.
But most of my family, like most of the people with my last name, are from Halab. Yeah, so الكنية واضحة إنه تركي. يعني even dude, when I go to Turkey, on the border, like on the immigration, they start speaking to me in Turkish.
I want to make sure I'm spelling this right. So Derkazendi, D, Dal, Ra, Kaf, Zain, Alif, Nun, Da, yeah.
Oh, I'm terrible at spelling.
With a lamb. It was with a lamb.
Even
in
now,
Arabic, correct? So Derkazendi bil
No, Lee.
Lam,
Yes.
Derkazan
Derkazanli. Oh.
Li. مو كازان دي.
Dar,
Oh, there's
Kazan.
no dal. Okay.
There's no دال at the end.
So there's no del y. So Derkazanli. Okay. Derkazanli.
Yeah, كنية تركية. Like there's no doubt. Like إنه الكل بيعرف.
وضحت أكثر وصراحة ادعى أقرب للتحديد منه. صيغة
you're ChatGPT-ing this?
Yeah. موجودة في التركية والتركمانية والكردية والفارسية. So the ending is what fixed it. So yeah, the li. معناها
Yeah, the li means from.
إلى yes.
Yeah.
أو من أهل الشخص المنسوب إلى مكان أو عشيرة. دركزان لي. هذا
So,
مفتاح
دار بيت
أصل المكان قرية عشيرة.
يعني بيت الناس من كازان. هذا معنى الاسم.
Yeah.
دارك.
دار كازان لي.
لكنه قريب من الجذور كردية فارسية أرامية قديمة في مناطق
فارسية.
هذا ليس تركيا عثمانيا ما فيه جذر
لا مو عثماني.
No, so actually, I don't know where you got this
إنه
from.
قريب من جذور كردية فارسية أو آرامية. صيغ مثل أماكن مرتفعة أراضٍ قاسية منطقة دركزان في الفارسية والكردية بمعنى معرفة أو اسم قبيلة زان قديمة وممكن تكون قرية مندثرة شمال سوريا الأناضول تم تعريب اسم هذا مع الوقت يعني الاسم الجغرافي أو عشائري غير تركي بالأصل. من وين جاءت فكرة كلمة أنا مطرق؟ هذه مو جديدة. آلاف العائلات السورية في القرن 1900 و 1950 سموا أنفسهم تركمان أو دخلوا في تتار أو ادعوا أصول عثمانية لرفع المكانة الاجتماعية لأن تركيا وقتها كان عسكريا أهم إداريا أعلى وله نفوذ لكن نسب لغوي حقيقي ما في. الاحتمال الحقيقي بنسبة 90% عائلة دركزانلي غالبا من أصل كردي في الأصل أو عشيرة إيرانية فارسية قديمة زاني أو عائلة من منطقة مختلطة في شمال سوريا تركيا حلب عفرين الجزيرة ثم لاحقا تتركم الاسم بسبب اللاحقة لي لكن الجذر نفسه غير تركي إطلاقا. لو بدت الضربة القاضية للادعاء تركيا لا تملك بناء اسم دركزان ولا يوثق في أي سجلات عشائر تركمانية أو عثمانية ولكن كرديا وفارسيا وفي مناطق الأقراض والفرس والأرمن تظهر جذور مشابهة بكثرة. إذا بدك أعطيني المنطقة في سوريا حلب الحسكة إدلب الساحل وسأحدد لك العشيرة والقرية أو القرية الأصلية بالضبط. والله يا معفن خايف تطلع كردي. Oh, he laughed. I'm reading to myself. I think that makes a lot more sense. Tell me he's a Kurd. That fits stereotypes right there.
No, but Turkish, Persian, they're
The
kind
name
of the same.
isn't Turkish.
Kazan.
I just read it. It tells you the root word isn't in Turkish.
Anyways.
يا زلمة انتوا بتحكوا من طيسكوا ولا ايش؟
No, bro, it's there, bro.
Find me the fucking وين طلع بها بتكش سمك
So, bro, friend, this guy, bro. Listen, man. No insults. So,
then you have a source, because if you make up shit right now, like I'm gonna.
No. So if you just type it on
the name. I already typed it.
Bro, you're right in a sense, but it's like Kazan. Kazan, it's in Turkey.
You find me right there where you have it that it says this word is Turkish in origin.
Okay. So just let me.
Because then I can feed it to my ChatGPT and then it can learn something. Not against being correct. It's just the information isn't interesting enough for me to go and verify it in like Perplexity.
So my heritage. Yes, it is. My heritage have a page for this family name, Darkazanli. The surname Darkazanli has its root. I'm directly reading from the website. Has its root
Find me the root word in Turkish. Not that there are people in fucking Turkey who have this last name.
Particularly associated with the Turkic and Persian language. So when you read here, if there's
just find it. Give me the link. Give me the link. Give me the link. Give me the link.
Last names.
Provide the link.
Yeah.
The link. Provide the link. It's just ask a simple question. You're claiming the root word is available. Just give me the root word. Or give me the link. I read the several options that the AI gave. It's either كردي في الأصل، عشيرة إيرانية فارسية، أو عائلة مختلطة في شمال سوريا تركيا، حلب 20 جزيرة. ثم لاحقا تتركب الاسم بسبب اللاحقة دي. لكن الجذر نفسه غير تركي إطلاقا. So either my AI is wrong, and it literally said 90% sure. So it gave a percentage.
There you go.
You're claiming otherwise.
No, I'm just saying that there is for sure Turkic origin, because if you even write Kazan, he's right, man. If you write Kazan, it's a city in Turkey.
Right. What is the fucking claim? What is the fucking claim? What is the fucking claim? The claim is if the word actually was Turkish in origin. Just because of fucking location. We just showed you how this word has the root word in Kurdish and Farsi. So why is it not Kurdish and Farsi?
I'm not saying the opposite. I'm saying
what the fuck is this website? Some French shit? What is this?
Bro, it's in French.
Surname.
Bro,
this is not like a historical analysis.
Frick. This guy. Okay, no, but there's the same thing, but in English. Just one moment.
I can't even open this shit. What is this? This is French. Translate webpage. English.
Yeah, translate.
I'll fucking accept your stupid cookies. Read more. Let me fucking just screenshot this because I know it's already a fucking waste of time. Anything you provided is a waste of time.
I mean, we're just talking about a freaking last name, so.
بس خلاص خلف الخلاف خلف الله. That's it. That's how you gotta play it. That's fine.
Wow.
Done.
Literally near the Mongols.
Does this change anything regarding your answer? I'm not even gonna fucking read your answer. بالعربي. يوجد جواب. والله النص اللي جبت لي اياه من ماي هيريتج شكله مكتوب بواسطة الذكاء الاصطناعي عندهم انفلونزا. نفس الأسلوب، كلام عام، مصطلحات فضفاضة، ورمي كل الشعوب ببعضها. يعني باختصار هراء دبلوماسي ما يعطي أي أصل حقيقي. هذا الكلام يغير تحليلي السابق؟ لا ولا شعرة. السبب بسيط، الموقع يقدم وصف عام مو بحث لغوي. كل المواقع اللي تعطي معنى الألقاب عادة تؤلف نصوص عامة تلف وتدور حول تركستان، فارس، ترك التجارة، بدون ما تعطي الدليل لغوي ولا وثيقة ولا جذر لغوي حقيقي. كل اللي شايفه في الصورة كلام عن دارك يعني أسود في بعض اللغات، وزنلي مرتبط بمكان، وبلا بلا بلا ليس علميا. كلمة دارك ما إلها وجود في التركية بهذا الشكل. التركية ما فيها كلمة دارك أصلا بمعنى أسود. الكلمة هي كارا، ولو لغات ولو لغات إيغور مثلا
Exactly.
لهم كلمة كارا
Which means large
dark
spots.
إنجليزي أساسا. dark is English.
Even
فالخلاصة التفسير اللي في الصورة مستحيل لغويا. اللاحقة لي حقيقة تركية، لكن الجذر ليس تركية. صحيح تعني منسوب إلى لي، لكن لازم الجذر يكون تركي حتى يكون لقب تركي. دركزان، دركاز، دركزان، ولا واحد منهم جذر تركي. الجذر الأقرب فعلا كردي فارسي، وهذا يتوافق مع شكل الكلمة، تاريخ المنطقة، أسماء القرى والعشائر في شمال سوريا والأناضول، والتحليل الفوقي للتسمية. وهذا الموقع نفسه ما قدر يعطي معنى فعلي، بس كلام عام عن ثقافة وتاريخ. الضغط الاجتماعي خلى الكثير من العائلات تقول إنها تركية، خصوصا في حلب، الساحل، حمص، ريف إدلب، الجزيرة السورية، لأن التركية عبر العهد العثماني كان أعلى مرتبة، أقرب للسلطة، وأحيانا أقرب للجيش والإدارة. الخلاصة في الآخر، دركزانلي ليس لقبا تركيا أصلا، ولا اللواحق التي فيه تشير إلى أصل تتري. الأقرب بنسبة 90% كردي أو فارس الأصل، منطقة حدودية بين عمرك ما كونفينست.
I'm not convinced, bro.
رايح لي على موقع تبع تسمية أسامي فرنسية، وجاي
listen, I'm not convinced.
وجاي
You know why?
تستعمله ضد AI.
Because he even stated, bro, he's
أنا convince إيش? I'm trying to convince you. Who cares about convincing you? Can't convince you. Facts are facts. The root word isn't Turkish. That's it. Root word, Kurdish, Persian. Li is an add-on that is Turkish, belong to, but that's because Ottoman Empire, Turkish influence. That's it. The root word, you can't argue because this is linguistics. The root word isn't Turkish. It's just a fucking fact.
Should I get him up?
Just don't say, I'm not convinced. That's your subjective opinion. I don't give a shit.
Yes, sit down.
It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, he's all enlightened above hate. He's like a Jedi. Doesn't let anger.
Anyways, so any topic that's more
Not good. Why sit there and
What up, not a good?
you like?
What is it? Are you hitting on? Is he hitting on Ibn Arabi?
So no. This Bani Adam.
Sorry,
Bani Adam came, finally shared his last name, and he was like, "Well, my last name points that I'm from like a Turkish background. Obviously, it's not an absolute, but it's strongly hinted by the name." I was like, "That makes sense. I mean, you know, it's not an absolute claim, but he hasn't taken a DNA test, and he's mainly running on this." I was like, "All right, cool." I was like, "Let me look up the name just to make sure," and I looked it up. Derkezenli, the li means belong to in Turkish. That's truly Turkish. Derkezen is not Turkish. Has no root words in Turkey. It's root word traces to Farsi or Kurdish, which we all know the Kurds and the Persians are practically the same shit.
Okay.
I mean, Persians are more mixed, but I would say
Yeah,
the
you're right.
Kurds are, the stereotype is the Kurds are the Bedouins of Iran.
Yeah, the mountain people.
Yeah, so that's how we see it. So if you look at their DNA, they're J2, I believe, predominantly.
So Benny's a Kurd?
I mean, if he's going based on this name and he was making claims that it's Turkish because of the Turkish origin in the name, which I believe he only, or whenever he searched this, he was focusing on the lead. So the lead is Turkish, belonged to, but the family, this happened in Russia all the time, like under the Soviet Union.
That's right.
Mohammadov, they added the of at the end, right?
Wow.
So does that make Mohammadov a fucking Russian name now? No, it doesn't. Why? Because Muhammad goes back to Muslim region when the Muslim nation, so Tatar, Mongols who converted, or well, you know, or Turks or something. The same shit.
He's from the same region as Paul, the Apostle Paul. Close. It says Tarsus. Kazanli referred to several different places in Turkey, notably a coastal area between the cities of Tarsus and Mersin. Bingöl province.
Bengal.
His name isn't Kazanli, Dar Kazanli.
Yeah, it's
Which is
Kurdish.
the house of. But it,
Yeah.
yes,
No, it's
Right
not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
it means he comes from there.
Or motherfucker, you continue to say means again, and you don't provide evidence. I'm gonna hang you. No, the Li at the end, Dar Kazan. Li,
Dar
the
Kazan
Li
Li.
belongs to.
To Kurdish.
That's
Okay,
Turkish.
but just listen.
Dar Kazan is
Type-
not a Turkish
No,
word.
type Kazanli on Google. Type
Oh, no,
Kazanli.
you have to say it then.
No, you find me right now, whatever you already searched, just copy it and give me the link.
Bruh. Okay.
Bruh.
Let's do
I don't know how
this.
to
Let's do
Google.
this. No
I
problem.
don't know how to research.
No, I'm gonna provide you the link. No worry. No.
That Kazan sounds
It's like
good.
you like to get insulted, bro.
But they look like that. They look like them. A lot of Kurdish people look like them.
I don't think he's good.
Some roots, I think he has.
No, but he left when I was like, dude, this turns out to be Persian Kurdish. Like,
Look this up, man.
I'm waiting. Oh, Wikipedia. Okay.
Maybe it is Turkish.
Ah, shit, but can you translate again in English?
That's fine. I'll take, yeah.
That
I can
is
translate.
door.
Wikipedia is easy. You can just, on the side, oh, this is not even an entry in English. It needs to
Like
be.
Kazan Li.
I mean, it translated in English anyways. I can read the, which is weird. Oh, is the translation on? No, it's not. That's weird. Okay, Kazanli is a former in Mersin, Kazanli, absorbed in the. Like, you think every city in Turkey, this means, oh, this is, we have, what's this fucking, Izmir.
No, but he said himself he's from west Syria.
No, he's going based on this city somehow, like, meaning that he's Turkic. Just because there's a city in Turkey does not mean there's Greek cities in Turkey. Now all these Greek named cities are now what? Turkish? What the fuck?
No, but I'm just saying it's not a coincidence. He literally
Still
there's
doesn't
a
change.
former municipality that's from there. Like
Alright,
no
get
one.
more on here. Don't worry, I respond to that shit.
And
I
we're
don't know.
talking about the
وجود
family
قرية
name
shut
of
the fuck up.
many Arab
قرية
people.
منطقة اسمها كازنلي في مرسين. فعلا في مرسين منطقة اسمها كازنلي، وهذه تركيا 100% من ناحية الاسم.
100.
غلاية قدر كبير اسمها كازان، منسوب إلى لي يعني كازنلي، أهل الغلاية من منطقة كازان. على الورق تمام، هذا يفتح احتمال تركي فقط لو كان لقب العائلة كازانلي كازنلي، ولكن أنت عندك لقب دركزنلي. دركزنلي. وخليني الآن أقول لك الحقيقة اللي المواقع ما تجرؤ تقولها. لو كان الجد من منطقة كازنلي فعلا اللقب ما بنكتب دركزنلي في الأسماء التركية. كازنلي أكدنزلي أدنلي and كونيلي. ما يصير تضاف كاف زين راء دال زيادة، ولا يصير تحوير للجذر لهذا الدرجة. إضافة دار أو در أو دير أو دارج تدل على جذر مستقل مختلف ليس كزنلي. الفرق بين كزنلي ودركزنلي ليس حرفين، هذا تبديل جذر كامل. كزنلي كزنلي، دركزنلي ودركزنلي، الجذر تغير تماما. ضيف مقطع دار در دير، تغير الوزن، تغير نطق الحرف الأول. في علم الأنساب واللغويات هذا ليس اشتقاقا، هذا اسم مختلف. التركي لو كان أصله من كازنلي مرسين ما يضيع الجذر. الأتراك عبر 400 سنة احتفظوا بأسماء كونيلي، أنكرلي، توكتلي، سيفر أكلي، مارتينيلي. ما أحد يقلبها بعد جيلين يقول ديركونيلي، داركاتولي أو درغة. anyways هذه تغييرات دخيلة تحصل فقط على الاسم أصله ليس تركي. المنطقة نفسها كانت مختلطة، اللي هي هاي المدينة أصلا كان فيها أكراد، أرمن، عرب، شيشان، تركمن وفرس. فوجود لاحق التركية لا يعني أصل التركي، بل يعني كانوا يعيشون في منطقة عثمانية تركمانية تم تتريك اللقب تماما، مثل عربلو، كورتلي، سعردلي، عملاقي، قزللي، طرزانيلي. هي أصلها عرب، وهي أصلها عرب أكراد فرس أرمن، ولكن الاسم يعني تترك. I can keep going now.
It's interesting. My AI, you know, my AI literally just said, my AI literally just said that it's Turkish. It even said it can have Jewish Ashkenazi origin. I swear.
Well, you're on ChatGPT. Copy that response right now and put it in the chat, so you can get your ass kicked for the third time.
Let me show you the link from.
Don't show me the link. Just
No,
copy.
I'm going to show you the link. No, because it's there's a previous conversation to that. Just one moment. The link it showed me. I'm going to send it to you.
I don't.
Type in history of Kazan on Wikipedia.
Copy the answer and put it in the group chat.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Can do this.
That talks about the root word. Are you like deaf? We're trying to find the root word and its origin. Unless your response has a claim about the root word, I don't want to see
History of Kazan. It's on Wikipedia.
History. I just found. We just dissected that. Are you like fucking not listening, or do you just pretend to understand Arabic?
No, I understand. It's just I'm not satisfied with the answer. It's pretty simple.
It doesn't matter. That's your subjective opinion that isn't based on any facts.
So I'm gonna send this actually, so you're gonna see I'm not freaking inventing stuff. So
you've already twice. I don't need you.
I don't think he's named for your satisfaction. I mean,
we're talking about linguistic definitions. Like
do people should be named up to your satisfaction?
You're talking about who?
Words have.
You, I mean it.
I'm not claiming this is. No, I'm just saying I'm not satisfied with the answer he's providing.
Why did you tell me what last name I should have, which is to your satisfaction?
I'm not talking about you. We're talking about Benny Adams' last name.
Why don't you name Benny Adam and give him a last name, since you're not satisfied with his last name?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He gave us his last name because I got pissed because he was like, I'm a Turkman, I'm not really an Arab. And I was like, I don't want to hear that shit. And then
he himself admitted.
My God, who admits to that?
Like in Iran, he was like, I was like, how do you know that? Did you take a DNA test? And he was like, no. And I was like, all right, well, that means, how else do you know? He's like, well, my family name. But then he mentioned his mother's last family name. And then that
I
is related to
freaking
the
bet
color
he's gonna
black.
be true.
And so, and somehow he implied because of this, it might be that their origins are from Sudan, even though they look like
Sudan. What?
So I was like, all right, so you had no problem giving us your mother's tribe or last name, but you didn't give us your last name. And, it doesn't want to get doxxed, whatever. All right,
Yeah.
cool. He said it to us in Arabic, fine. And looked it up. The root word is not Turkish. The root word is Kurdish or Persian. So that's where it is. The Li is just the Turkish part.
Yeah,
The
it
Li
is.
means it's belong to. And like I said, Muhammadov, Abrahamadov, whatever the fuck the Russians.
Russian.
They just added the OV. This is the same shit. It doesn't make you fucking Russian. You're still a Tatar. It doesn't make you a Slav. The fuck is wrong with you? So, this is exactly what's happening here. So you're not a Slav because you had an of at the end of your name. You're not a Turk because you have a Li at the end of your name. And I gave you the root words possible. My AI is 90% sure.
See, my AI says we're not sure of the origin.
You're not stupid.
No, I'm just saying it's.
Okay, I didn't say not sure. We can't have absolute certainty. But the fact is, the word has no fucking Turkish origin.
Man, if you want to live in this delusion, feel free. And then he's
قص اختك على اخت الدلوجن على بديش اسب على ربك
insulting like freaking like a madman.
قص اختك. If you want to argue with me, even though you got nothing to back it up, like, provide the root word or shut the fuck up. I provided the potential root words. Obviously, there's no absolute certainty. But if I'm showing you root words in a language that literally connect to this name and no Turkish root words, what the fuck are the chances that this person actually originates from Turkish background, knowing that the Turks themselves in Turkey are mutts?
Correct.
Versus actually tracing back to Persian or Kurds, which is most likely Kurd, because that makes a lot more fucking sense, especially in the region.
Yeah. He has
Where
those
are we gonna go
better,
with?
like, he has those
So
better.
my AI is giving you a 90% possibility. Yours is saying there is no way to absolutely. Well, fucking thank you for telling me the obvious. I know basic epistemology, but there you go. Your AI is retarded. My AI actually is fed epistemology and knows how to fucking think.
You and your retarded AI. Come on, Antonina.
I put time. We invest. People who actually know how to use it, they put a lot of time in building their AIs and building a persona and building prompts for it. It's not easy.
I mean,
I'm
it's
not
also
sitting
the
here on
obvious.
AI. I'm creating change. I've already. You better be. If you're gonna talk, you better have evidence, man. I've removed the phrase.
It reads off a script every single time. I mean, like a
Kazan
dog, like a
explicitly
sleepy dog.
oh, so he did put it in the chat. The root Kazan. يا زلمة در كزان يا خرا يا fucking أصم يا فرنسي اللي مش معلمينك عربي. در كزان. He didn't say Kazan يا معفن.
What's
در
Kazan? It has a dar. It makes all the difference.
He thinks this is like
Like
what
Dar
the fuck?
Ban, Dar Hazar. Like, these are all Farsi names. The dar is so Farsi. Derakhtar.
I guess Khamara or Mara are now the fucking same word because fucking is like, okay.
Yo, I'm going to hunt you till the end. I'm never gonna admit
Maybe
that's
so.
right.
Maybe so.
I know, because there's
No,
fucking
right now.
stubbornness, and that's why you get
Never.
knocked down.
It's
That's why you get
95%
insulted.
certainty that it is coming from a Turkish
Yeah, if
man.
you're saying Kazan, you fucking moron, but it's Dar Kazan. He said Dar Kazan.
But that is like.
That it's just a house, man. They're from
Oh,
Syria.
You're translating to
That's
Arabic,
it.
you fucking moron. There you go, doing it again. It's fucking not Arabic.
Darban, Darazil, these are all Farsi Iranian last names with a dar in the beginning.
Okay, I
What is
bet
so
you,
hard?
I bet you to just say the origin of the name. Is it? How many percent is it Turkish? Yalla, let's
90%
My AI says something else. My AI says
Your AI is
5%.
not saying it's about Kazan. If it's talking about Kazan, sure, Kazan is a Turkish word. We already mentioned that, boiler.
So why my AI saw it that way?
Because you fucking put the word wrong, you fucking stupid
It's just
Moroccan.
one freaking
God,
word.
bro,
That-
you're going
that
down.
is the
You're going
designer.
down, bro. I'm sorry.
That
Sorry,
is
you're
the
too
descriptor.
fucking stupid, bro. Like,
I'm never gonna agree with you on this.
No one
That is
gives
the
a
descriptor. Like
shit.
without that, the word isn't complete.
No one gives a
How
shit.
many
Doesn't
more
mean
times
you're
we talk
right. You don't have to
about
fucking
the
agree
anime?
with me. The Christian doesn't agree with me. I tell him the Trinity doesn't make sense. I literally, I challenge, open challenge. Any Christian, bring me anyone. Trinity, no one. It's over. Why? Because I get down to, I try to find the arguments that kill, not spend wasting my time. I'm not trying to waste my time. It's Dar Kazanli. That's it. It's not Kazan. Dar Kazanli. If you're putting Kazan, you're gonna get wrong information.
Obviously. You say it's just one word.
It's like Arabic. Dar is no motherfucker. I guess Dari now. Oh, they must be fucking talking about a house in Arabic. Not that fucking retard.
Oh, he's saying like the house of. Oh, I see what he's saying. He thinks it's a tribe name.
Thinks it's a combo word. It's like
Yeah.
no, it's not. You think tree of the boiler?
Oh, is that what Kazanli is?
No, that Kazan. That's
Oh, Dar Kazan.
and just look it up. That's all you gotta look up. So Dar Kazan is the word. So that's the word you need to find the root word for it, not Kazan.
No, yeah, not Kazan or Kazanli. It's correct. Some criminal guy is also
No, you're
famous
just
for his
splitting
crime.
the words, you stupid idiot. You're just looking up dot on its own right now.
It's one word.
Yeah, it's Dar Kazan. It's one fucking word. Oh my god, dude.
How many more times?
He's just stubborn. He's always he just.
Yes, I know. I've explained to him so many times. Other stuff.
Just look at our AI chat. Like, what the fuck are you typing? What is this? What are you even? What is this? I'm
You're
saying,
the chat him. What are you doing?
I had to take copy his whole shit, and my AI is like, yeah, this guy's fucking insane. What do you? I literally told him, do one thing. Go through each chapter, exactly what we did with the opening chapter. I went through them with the opening chapter, pulled up, just want this profile. Give me this profile. That's all I'm looking for. Nope. Wants to literally do what I'm doing. And thinks he can do what I did in like literally one session. Bro, you can't do what I did. I think I did this in one session. This is months.
Then he's gonna say like this.
And I gave you the chain. I told you the sequence. I gave you the reference in Arabic. Why you gotta invent the wheel when the wheel's already invented?
Because he thinks like the new things in this world. It's like
Bro, you're not a genius.
original things. Yeah.
I'm smart. I'm not a genius. having it showcase genius. I don't.
I'll get you up again.
So why are you challenging like mainstream shit? You're not that guy.
Now that we have conceded to the fact that it's Turkish and Azerbaijani, Tatarsani, we're gonna move. Cause bro, this is for sure, man. You don't have a proof it's Kurdish in any way, shape, or form. Show me a proof. Show me a proof.
You want proof?
You want to get a claim.
I gave you the root word.
If it is not,
The jidr is دركة درجة أقرب للكردية أو للفارس.
it's Arabic. Yeah, it's Arabic.
Yeah, now درجة is Arabic.
Well, a step, right? Like steps.
Stop talking, bro.
Bro, I'm just saying. Is this your point?
You're not funny, bro. But
anyways, man, let's just switch, man. I'm freaking, bro.
Thank you.
1 hour we're talking about this, man.
because you
But I'm not conceding.
Because you like to get, I got cussed out 10 times. Of course, you're not going to concede. Doesn't matter. That's your way of getting back. I'm not looking for a concession. I'm literally, you know for yourself that you are wrong. That's it. That's all that matters.
It is not native to Kurdish in any way.
How are you going to convince yourself?
It is a Turkification.
Yeah,
You mean it, babe.
Turkified. That doesn't.
When you make a claim like that, you have to provide like evidence.
I literally did. Literally.
You just said you give like,
My heritage.
No,
I
I denounced that. I literally responded to that. That was just a
Website from
French
Wikipedia.
first name, last name search. Like
thanks.
you go and look up names and their origin. If I go and I look one of those stupid sites and I go look up like the name Kevin, alright, it's gonna give me something, but it's not historical. It's not. You gotta go and check more. And everything, even that shit that he gave me in French, which I translated, doesn't say anything about the root word or the origin of the word. It's just talking about like, oh, this is where this region.
Kazan. This is what it says.
It's
from
Kazan
Kazan is not a day. You
معفن.
You got separate.
You're gonna keep saying Kazan, Dad Kazan. Stop fucking saying Kazan. It's not Kazan. Like, what is wrong with you, bro? He's like, we argued this an hour, and then he wants to argue about it again.
Dad, bad, and pad. These are three like famous prefixes that are used commonly like in Persian names that come prior to like Kazan and all the other stuff.
His name isn't Kazanli, it's Dad Kazanli.
Yeah.
Like, what is fucking wrong? Like, you could think of Arabic words, khammara, mara. Spell it out. There's only one word that changed. Does that mean?
What was that second word?
Related?
What was that second word?
Kazanli.
Mara?
Marra? Isn't that like a marra, like a woman? Like marra?
Marra. لما بحكي المرة, the passing by, those who are passing by. Like,
because
الشارع المرة.
Yeah, المرة دي, like that's
You
what.
could say this time. So المرة هاي. This is المرة مرة.
Oh, then there's a different definition in Egypt.
I know. I literally just said it. هاي المرة. It's not just in Egypt. هاي المرة this time. المرة, there's an alif after.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Isn't that interesting? How there's some
See how
similar.
that word immediately
Yeah.
changed? It's
Yeah, yeah.
something else now.
It's the enunciation.
So an Arab coming in here and thinking that like, oh, 3 letters at the beginning is something, it doesn't matter just because the ending sounds the same. Must mean that they're the same. Kazan, I can just use whichever one. No, motherfucker. Coming from an Arab, that's the worst thing because you literally shouldn't conflate that because
You know, you
many
could.
examples.
It's interesting because when you look at where you can have 4 words, you can say مرة الاثنين مرة الثالثة مرة you know what I'm saying?
أنت تزوجت كم مرة؟
مرأة you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you could say مرة.
Oh wow.
يعني مرأة, you could say على مرأة الناس in front of the people. So مرأة, even though they literally sound the same, they're
Yes.
written differently.
But why did
that doesn't mean.
Right, but why?
That's why Arabic is a hard language.
Anything like that.
But why? That's another question
It's
too.
it's so sophisticated.
No, but why would you put like a number and a woman sounding similar?
They're not even correlated.
They're not written the same way.
Yeah.
مرأة ومرة.
See that?
So there's different. If you pay attention, you're just Egyptian and probably haven't been around. You're not thinking of the spelling when you're
Just we build the pyramids.
Math has this quality of exactness. Only math.
والمسلمين حكموا العالم كل زمن نهاية كل حدث حديث.
Are you sure Amini knows Arabic?
He knows more French than Arabic, which explains a lot.
He wants to come up. Can you get him up?
I have to keep turning off the hand raising, so yeah, you can always come up when I turn off the hand raising. But...
Anyways, I just proved you guys wrong. From Turkish grammar, we know how it's spelled, so.
Oh, what is Turkish grammar?
I don't get it.
Ask ChatGPT.
Wait a second. You think you're trolling me? I'm more than happy. I enjoy برضو يعني أسد يعني عادي. Dude, I promise you, I've already considered it on my head that you're just trolling. At this point, you must be, but like, if you like to be insulted.
No, I 100% believe that what I say is true.
And that's what the Trinitarian retard tells me too.
Yeah, but I have proof.
Sure.
Well, it's a difference,
I got proof. I got proof you're a retard.
It's the most natural pathway. Like, li is a suffix that's Turkish.
Cool. We already know that. We already said that.
Checkmate.
Wow. ولد العاق بيجيب لأهله المسبة. Ever heard of that? مقتل 4 وجرح 10. 4 killed, 10 injured in a mass shooting in California. Where the fuck is this? Oh, Northern California. Stockton? Whoa. Wait. Stockton. Yeah, we do have a Stockton in Northern California. I don't know why I just noticed that we have a Stockton here. Yeah, we have a Stockton. Or am I tripping here? Compton. My bad. Stockton. Yeah, that's true. Compton.
You ever been to Compton?
Yeah, I drove by.
I was there. I didn't see what the big deal was.
I didn't see what the big deal was. It looked kind of run down, but whatever.
Yeah.
Didn't look like somewhere I mean, some cars on fucking slabs, but listen, man, it's not your neighborhood. That's why you shouldn't be around this unless you're like they're just neighborhoods. It's a black neighborhood. You being around a neighborhood too many times, it's just like, okay, what is this guy doing here? It's not worth it. So you can go through neighborhoods. So you can go through South LA, for example. You hang around South LA too much, and you don't look like them. Obviously, we would go incognito, obviously. If you're a white guy or a black guy, you're in South LA, you just, hanging around a corner or something, you're gonna get, hey, well, what are you doing here?
No, I blend in.
Yeah, where you blend in is fine. But even if you blend in, you're just hanging around somewhere you're not supposed to be. Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, you'd stand out. I know. Yeah.
There are enforcers, there are corners, there are people. It's the whole thing. I didn't know about it. They had to tell me about all this. Like, shit's real. I was like, oh wow, all this shit it's all real. Yeah, so blacks have their areas, the Mexicans have their areas. Mexican mafia is pretty much the top dog. Everybody plays according to the rules of the Mexican mafia.
It's not what you think, it's a different kind of.
Buddy, I know exactly what it is. I know the people.
Yeah, so I don't want to get into details either,
You're from East.
When I lived in Arizona, hung out with the
Cali.
Crips. I know, but Southwest, I was living in Tucson.
The Crips and Bloods are fucking, that's a long...
No, there are no Crips and Bloods there. It's like California stuff, man.
Everywhere there's Crips and Bloods, or used to be. It doesn't matter. We're talking about California or SoCal.
I'm just trying to tell you, it's a different mafia culture than, for example.
I know, that's why it's California.
Right. Okay. All right. We're on the page.
Is there a relevant topic?
Whatever you want, as long as it's worth.
Yeah, so anything in mind, whatever. Because, man, we've been along scripture, ethnicity, nicknames, or family names, or whatever, but, is there a beautiful topic, something better?
Go to Surah Maryam 19:24 and tell me what it means.
Many.
What?
19?
We're talking
24.
Abraham.
All right.
What is it? Read the definition, that's it. You said surah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's when the angel Gabriel called her, right? So.
It's 19:24.
Yeah, am I on the right chapter? Surah Maryam, chapter 19, verse 24.
Yeah.
Where he called upon
Just
the...
read it in Arabic. Just read it in fucking...
Yeah.
Read the verse. Read the verse. Just read the verse.
No, because I had it in English.
Why is an Arab who's French...
French in what sense, bro? I'm not French. I'm French Canadian. No, but French Canadian, yes, but it's Quebec. But anyways, if you're talking about
this explains a lot. Oh, you're Canadian French. Fucking, you just Moroccan. You just the worst combo, aren't you?
Yeah, okay, you could think that, but anyways, what's the verse, man? Let me read it in Arabic.
It's 19:24.
فندها okay من تحتها ألا تحزني قد جاء ربك تحتك سريا okay جعل ربك تحتك سريا
Yeah.
What language do you speak the most efficient? French, right?
Yeah.
That's your strongest language. Why don't you
What?
just look it up?
Stronger than Arabic?
It's my first.
Clearly,
Well,
you didn't read
it's
that
my
right.
first language.
What's your accent? What's the accent you have in French?
A neutral accent. I don't have an accent. This is just my when I speak French, I don't have a French Canadian accent.
But French is its first language.
Right, but they sound so different. The one in Quebec sounds ghetto compared to
No.
Toronto.
So this is like a misconception, I would say. So there's the city of Montreal. Then you can speak with the language of like just the street. But if you're French Canadian and you grew up like just talking normal French, you're gonna have a Quebecois accent. That's it. But every word is the same. Like, yeah, you could have like a few words here and there that are different. But as for me, I don't even have like an accent. Most people, they tell me it's pretty neutral. Some even think I'm from Europe, but not necessarily. But they wouldn't say I have a Quebecois accent.
Okay, now after reading the verse, after introducing yourself in extreme depth, thank you for doing that. Could you tell me what if you split the word Maria, or at least go over its root?
What is your question about this
Why-
verse? Why are you asking?
This is
Someone told me, right? Wait, Mikhail, this is one of
You
those
mean
interesting.
Sam and Khala told you?
No.
it's-
Mohammed Jibba told me. He studies the Quran like you guys. He looks for
Sure,
the
he does.
interesting things. You don't know him, do you?
This is the angel Gabriel or the Holy Spirit when he appeared to say the good news to Mary that she's gonna bear a son.
Why are she bringing it up? So, yeah.
So why? Because he said the word like Mariam, right? The root word. If you break down words of like proper nouns in the Quran, you'll find them in the surahs that are assigned to them, or you'll find the meaning within the surah itself. Somewhere it'll like expand on Mariam itself. It'll give you the meaning of it, right? So he said something about river standing. I forget, like depressed.
I'll get what his point is. Let's see.
He was saying like this verse refers. It means that literally it means like the word Mariam or something. I was asking because I don't know the Arabic.
But what's the precise word? You said Maryam?
Mariam, yeah. So the root words would be like someone depressed, standing, water, something.
Yes.
I've never looked that up actually.
Yeah, if you look at the root, he does interesting work like that.
It's nothing new. This is already.
Yam. Oh wait, maybe Yam tells me like a source, but I'm not sure. Let me just search etymology.
Standing under something, a tree, some stuff he was saying. I forgot to ask him for an explanation.
Okay. So apparently from the Hebrew it's beloved, but from the Arabic.
No, split the words.
Oh, she's asking about in the Quran because there are names that فهل مريم أيضا.
The names are expanded and explained themselves.
ليس قضية إسحاق مريم معني نختلف سيد العابد الخادمة لله المرتفع النقي. لكن في القرآن اسم علم خاص بدون تحميل بالمعنى العبري المبالغ فيه يحمل معنى أنه مرتبط بالبشارة. مريم في القرآن لا تستخدم بالمعنى الحرفي بل كاسم علم لامرأة معظمة. خلاص السريع إن كنت تقصد معنى فليس هناك آية توضح أو توحي
Yam with a shadda. So actually, if there is a shadda, it could mean water or sea.
Yes, that's how I explained it. Some water, some.
Yeah, but it's. I don't think.
Yeah, the Quran does not have a verse like the Ishaq, for example. So Ishaq, the very verse that he's mentioned in the very name, in the verse, it clarifies what the name means
Correct.
without so double. So that verse is another example of how the Quran uses one sentence, for example, or one
Correct.
structure of information, and through it, it gives us
Yeah, that's
multiple
actually
layers of
beautiful.
information.
Correct.
That's
So
beautiful.
it gives us the story,
Mhm.
it highlights the key
Yes.
theme of the story, but also translates the name indirectly. So it's
Yeah.
only someone who actually knows what ishaq means. Like, for example, in Hebrew, even though the root word can be understood in like
Yeah.
English, Arabic, but still, so ishaq is like that. Maryam is not. So Maryam is not something.
So
like
matter is
the
water,
Quran,
right?
where
Something about standing by the water or something.
Musa, for example, that's the one.
Yeah, so the Yam,
Musa
yeah,
is
the
his
river.
name is also
Correct.
associated with river. So in the Quran, his name and when his first name is mentioned, and the context of that verse tells you it's the same thing. So the Quran does this, this play at the name. So it kind of gives you the meaning of the name without actually telling you, I'm giving you the meaning of the name.
Yeah, that's what he was explaining.
Yeah, but this is not Maryam, this is Musa. So Musa would be related to that. Maryam has no.
Something about water standing.
Yeah, because if you go in Surah Taha, when it says, when God said to cast Moses in the river, the word used for river in Arabic is el-yam. Yeah, so I see how it could be. This is.
Oh, there you go, doing that. It sounds like this because that means it's connected. No, it's not.
No, it's a bit connected.
Musa is connected. If you look at the name Musa, it's connected to that.
I know, but the
We're
context
talking
why she
about
brought
Media.
the verse. Exactly, but the context why she brought the verse, because Yam or Maryam.
Why that
Makes sense
specific
with the
verse?
name, like understand it through the root meaning of the name Maryam.
Heather, he's just gonna argue it literally.
I'm not arguing, bro.
Conclusion.
No,
I'm talking about Medium. Medium.
Yeah. So,
Okay,
so
Medium.
it's
The
interesting.
root word is what? There's no root word.
It's
It is the
I don't know, to be honest.
Exactly. But you're yapping.
No, but I'm just saying, look, the ending, Maryam, okay? And when Moses was thrown in the river, it's Aliyam, right? So I'm just making connection from that angle. Now, if verse 24 also speak of a stream of water, you could see how it's beautiful to have both in the same verse. That's all. It's a beautiful hint.
I don't know how you think in French because I don't speak French. I took in 4th grade a class of French. I can't remember shit of it.
Bro, you understand.
And I just can't think how you're thinking in your head because it must be French is so retarded that this is why
this
you
guy
get this way.
talking about?
Must be.
Bro,
I've heard the French language is really
root
bad.
word. No, actually, it's smart. It's really smart. The grammar is
I heard it's
structured,
horrible.
but it's
Why?
hard. It's a hard grammar. But anyways,
but it's not as hard as Arabic.
Arabic is
Well,
harder.
I've heard Moroccans and Algerian people who speak French who make fun of French language.
Yeah, because there's too many exceptions. But it's kind of like Arabic, but Arabic is more rational, I guess.
Arabic is based on hardcore rules and pretty much grammar like science. So
Yeah, it's
Arab
like
is
math.
science, it's math. You know if this word is an object or an adjective or maf'ul bihi, fa'il, adverb, verb. So all of that, how it fits in the sentence,
Now I
literally
found-
forces you to.
Bro, listen. Right root word, Maryam. So you're gonna see the etymology from all sides, Arabic and Hebrew. In Hebrew, it even says that it could mean drop in the sea.
Yeah, something like that.
So see, I'm not saying anything from stupidity. I know what she was referencing to. So when she brought verse
She's
4,
asking like in the in the Quran, Maryam,
Exactly.
in the Quran, is it translated by the Quran? Does it explain the meaning? Is it like ashab?
yeah,
You
in a
referred to
sense.
19.
Where? Okay, in the sense. In what what sense?
Do you
If it's in
understand-
Amin
do you
circus
understand the
sense,
point?
if it's Amin circus sense, I don't want to hear it.
No, I'm just saying if you see it from that lens,
I
that
know,
it's
it's just
drop in the
because
water
there
or
is,
drop in
it
the sea.
sounds
And in the same verse, it's
in
talking
Hebrew,
about a stream
in
of water.
Hebrew,
It's beautiful.
in Hebrew. So the whole point, regardless of whether in Hebrew it's related in Arabic, in the Quran, when Maryam is mentioned, it is not brought up in the same way. Isaac, Moses, some of the names of the prophets that literally within the very verse that it brings it up is the meaning of the name. Regardless of what the meaning of the name Maryam, the Quran doesn't do it.
But I can see how it can do it in a sense. That's the point.
You,
like in the story
you can
of
see how, I don't know, fucking how you could, like, I don't want to say something funny.
it means river or things
Bro,
like
it's
that.
not based on anything, just your subjective, whatever.
He was giving some references to a river or something. I couldn't understand what he was saying.
If
And he said
he's talking
1920.
about a river, he's talking about Moses.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Moses, when God told him to drop, when God said
Moses'
to the
name
mother
is related to that.
to drop him in the river, the river in Arabic, there's many ways to say river, but the way it was said is Eliyam, right? So
What does
yeah,
it matter?
why does it matter? Why does it matter? Because yeah, even if you look rootward etymology of Maryam, I could see how it's somehow.
Why are you
related.
mixing Musa and Maryam?
Yeah, don't
She's
mix it up.
asking you how.
Wow, I
Musa
just
relate.
thought about it. The sister of Moses.
autism.
Bro, the sister of
autism.
Moses was called.
Maria?
Yeah, apparently. This is also
No, the
like.
Quran does not
But
say
it's
that.
not a-
That's
No, I'm not saying it says that, but I'm just saying there's a beautiful, like I see how there's a picture.
No,
where
you don't
things
see.
could be
You're like,
related.
oh, yum.
That's a
sounds
good
like
thing.
I don't know what
So river sounds like the ending of Maryam. Must mean there's a
Well,
connection. It's
Two connections
must
with
be.
Maryam concerning river. In
What
some
is that?
sense,
Just like
or
the
stream of water.
Kazanli and the Kazan. Like you gotta continue to, like, I don't know if you do this intentionally. Like, I don't know.
Why not? I want to do it.
Oh, it must be a special kind of autism.
What is this guy talking about, bro? Yeah, sometimes I just want to piss you off. Is this the answer? I don't think so.
No. I think it's
Maybe.
autism. Must be autism.
Always knew something was special about Amisha. Always knew it.
Gotta fucking take it, dick.
You know, some people are more opinionated. I'm just stating fact. I'm just trying to understand the whole picture. And then, you know, some people crash out, and others are more open-minded.
Crash out. My dog is about to crash out.
Yeah, even him, he's barking at you. He's like, yo, come on, G.
He's like, fucking give me this guy. He fucking bragged
No,
on.
mad means like to pass by.
Down, boy. Down.
And Yam is a river, okay?
Down, boy.
See, there's a doggy. Look, can you hear him? Can you hear him?
Fucking feed him. I mean,
Can you hear the
literally feed
doggy?
him free.
He's cute.
Not cute at all. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are on right now.
He's just compensating. It's fucking.
With what?
He's small. He looks like a bulldog, but he's fucking small, so he's not actually. He's got all the attitude, but none of the
Mine
size.
too. Mine too. He's so tiny. He's so tiny.
He's not tiny. Like, he looks like a miniature bulldog.
Cute.
Not cute at all.
Why do I think he's a big dog for some reason? It was good, man. I put some relaxing music for my puppy dog. Yeah.
Hello? Am I audible?
Mm.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, thank you. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Hello, checking 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hello, sir, are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
What are you doing?
I'm
What
doing.
are you doing?
I'm doing.
Doing? Miss
Doing.
what?
I am doing that.
Dancing? Oh, like Bollywood?
No, I'm doing done. I'm done.
Done.
Yes,
Sarah, are you from foreign?
I am from here and there.
Last time, he came barking like through the neighbor's fence, and like had a whole water gun, just fucking rained it on him. He never decided to come. Like he now barks from a distance. So he's like,
He's not bonded with you yet?
I got one of those like pump action like water guns. And it's just like, okay, this time if he fucking comes at me, fucking.
Use that thing. Use a collar.
He's behind the fence.
Oh,
Can't
dear.
do shit, but like, he's annoying when he comes at me. Dude, like, I'll take you on with one hand. Okay.
I mean, you want to introduce a topic?
I don't have any right now, but if you guys have any topics,
Of course
go
not.
ahead.
Of course not. Ah, shit, man. It's wet. Oh, fuck. So the water went through, huh? Shit. How the fuck does wood go bad? Is the hard drive good? Let's see. Hard drive is good. Let's see the water damage.
Oh, I do have a topic actually. Here's the topic. كازان لي السيركت.
لا ما كفي ده سبيت كتير اليوم.
Hey, did you see this room? It says Benny Edem is not Turkish, is a Jew. Why does he hate himself? So I went into this room.
It's worse, bro.
This gal named Wednesday
Wednesday
was-
still at it.
was beefing on Benny. So I'm like, I get up there on the stage. I stood up there and oh, here she is. Here's Wednesday. Come on up, Wednesday. Let's go. You want to bring it in this room? I'm here to defend Benny.
Yeah, you
You're
can
beefing
do
on
it,
Benny.
bro.
Why are you
Yeah, 'cause
beefing
you
on
dick
Benny
rider,
like that?
bro. Do you
So I'm
need
here
some
to defend
chapstick? Do you need
Benny.
some chapstick?
Benny is highly intelligent, has excellent values, and can
I don't give
out-debate
a
you
fuck.
any day.
I don't give a
Can
fuck.
out-debate you any day.
Bro,
Open
the
up
thing
a
is, I
room,
wasn't
you and
debating.
him debate each other.
Bro, I'm not debating anybody. I said my opinion of him. You got mad about my opinion of him. That's
just
fucking
put a
crazy.
stage.
That you
Just
got.
you and him,
That's
the stage.
crazy that you got mad. That's crazy that you got mad about my opinion of him. That's fucking crazy.
That's my friend Ben.
Cynic, don't get cynic. Don't get upset. Don't get upset. He started with me.
I'm not
Okay.
talking about you.
Then
I'm
he's
talking
got
about this water
Okay.
damage.
I'm just saying, don't get upset.
I'm just
You fucking
saying.
with me.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, you fucking dick rider.
That's all I'm saying.
You're right, you like dick. You like
Excuse
dick. Cynic, he likes dick.
No, I don't, ma'am.
He does like dick.
No,
You like dick.
No,
You
one doesn't.
dick ride
No, I
man.
got one.
You
No,
dick ride man.
I don't.
You dick ride man, bro. Yes, you do. Friends? We're not friends on social media, bro. There's no such thing as
Why do you
social
gotta
media.
take it to like some sort of sexual?
No, there's no friends.
Talking about Benny.
You came
We're talking
over
about
here.
Benny.
You came over here. You came over here just riding a lamb.
Some sort of
Bro,
sexual.
you know, I'm not sexuality. You from New York? Or from somewhere on the East Coast?
I'm from
You know
North
what dick
Jersey.
riding is?
North Jersey.
Oh my God, you're from the worst part of New York. Oh my God, no wonder. You're from New Jersey.
Name or bro, this is irrelevant.
I don't know what it is.
No, I'm just saying he's a Jew. It's okay, he's a Jew.
It's the
He's a
Jew.
Jew.
The
He's a Jew. It's okay to be a Jew.
She's saying
I may have been-
Actually, my
No, I didn't say that.
literally
I might
said
have,
this.
like-
They didn't believe.
I might be a Jew.
I'm
I
with
might be
you.
a Jew too.
Wednesday, I'm with you.
I might be a Jew too.
Let's see.
I might be a Jew. I said that Matty Adams is a Jew. What's wrong with being a Jew? I might be a Jew.
Nothing's wrong. What you're putting is you're saying Benny is Turkish. He's not. He's Jew.
No, he said he was Turkish. He said he was Turkish.
We just did the whole.
Yeah, we did the whole thing already this morning.
He said it was Turkish.
You missed the whole
He
thing
said it was
this morning.
Turkish.
You missed.
I don't give a fuck. He said it. He said it.
Why would?
And that's a lie. So then he lied then. He's a lie.
Oh, he's got some sort of huge. He's got some.
No. No, there's no ancestry. Then you lied. Then you say he's a liar.
I never said. No, you're the one that's lying about it.
No, you're saying that he's a liar.
Something like this.
No, I never said that, man. Never.
He said he was Turkish. You said he was Turkish. He was told
I said he
everybody
has
he was Turkish.
ancestral. He has some.
He said,
what do you mean?
okay, he said he was
Sink,
Turkish.
sink. What was he talking about with that Turkish part?
Sink.
His last name.
Stink.
Now I'm waiting on Wednesday if you want to calm down.
Okay, I will come down. Mira.
Mira. Por favor, respira. Respira.
Without the audience, like right now.
Respira, amor. Respira.
No, don't put me in the audience. I will, if you put me in the
No, I
audience.
just said it.
I will
I'm just saying.
Calma.
It's cynic. If you put me in the audience, I will go to,
I put you in
I will go to California. I know, and I will
¿Por
strike
qué?
you.
¿Por qué? ¿Qué quieres?
Why you dick riding a Jew, though? No, I don't want to come here.
¿Por qué?
I'm saying, why you dick, because I don't want to. Because the way he made it sound was yucky. Ew.
Do you call guys Papacito?
No, you fucking racist bitch.
Come on, what's wrong with calling some guy
The
Papacito?
fuck, why would I call him that? That's my father's name.
Do you only call any chicks Mamacita?
No, you fucking weirdo.
خلاص man.
Fucking weirdo. Fucking white man. That's,
Fucking Egyptian.
Respira.
he's Egyptian? Oh my God, you're Egyptian?
So why do you
What, I gotta. Why you guys leave so much garbage by the pyramids?
I'm not Egyptian. I'm ancestral Egyptian. I was born and raised in
No.
Jersey.
Bro, what?
Oh my God, so you're not, now he's not Egyptian.
I
Now
said
you're not Egyptian.
ancestral.
Now you're not Egyptian.
Why
That's what you're
why
right.
do you guys leave so much garbage? What is that?
No,
That's
you
like
gotta.
me saying,
Bro,
That's
that's
not
like
my.
me saying,
for
that's,
someone else's
That's like-
ethnicity somehow.
that's like saying that. Get the fuck out of here, don't call me a whore. I will jab you in the
No,
nose.
¿de dónde eres?
Bro, I'm the
Puerto
one.
Rico.
Ah. De Puerto Rico.
That's,
With a Latina. So.
¿De dónde en Puerto Rico? ¿Cerca de Punta Cana o Punta Cana?
no, I'm from Santa Isabella.
Oh, wow. Oh, con gusto.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
That should be all.
You're not, so now you're not Egyptian.
No,
so
you're
you
definitely a
want-
Latina.
So no, now you're not Egyptian. You want to be white?
Do you see? This is what a relationship is like. This is what it's like. Oh my God.
Let's change the topic.
Bro, I was
Yeah,
about to
well-
say this, man.
You can change the subject, but why are you going?
We can change the topic.
I have a Latina girlfriend. This is what it's like. And it's
You're a
either,
Jew, Sam?
so you have two situations. You just stay quiet and put up with it, or you can end up in an argument like this. There's no middle ground.
All right.
Or you
Shut the
agree,
fuck
maybe.
up.
Yeah.
You see what I gotta do now?
Maybe you need to agree and then
Shut
shut
the
the
fuck
fuck up.
No, it's a
Yeah,
different
yeah.
game. They're special.
Thank you.
They're complicated.
No, we're not. We just like our way. this is a new thing. Now we're not ethnicity. Because I'm a proud Boricua. I don't know. And Nagus is a proud Iranian. And Cynic is a proud Palestinian. And Ame, what you are? What are you? What's your ethnicity?
Moroccan.
He's a proud Moroccan. And Sam is a proud white American.
No, I'm not a white American. I'm a proud Jersey boy. How you doing?
No,
That's about it.
You can be proud from Jersey.
I have ties to.
You can be proud.
I have ties to the
No, you
region.
can.
I
You
have
can be
ties to the
proud from
region.
being in Jersey. You
I
can
have
be
ties-
proud being in Jersey.
Yeah.
You can be proud.
No, Jersey's a great state. What are you talking
Jersey
about?
stinks. You go back to George Washington Bridge and it stinks.
Okay. Then why do we have a lot of Puerto Ricans live in Jersey
They're stupid. That's why.
and New York? So,
Yeah, well, New York is beautiful.
yeah, New York is beautiful, sure, but it's really expensive and it can be
So
hectic.
gives a fuck.
I like to have my space.
I don't give a fuck about your space. Talk to your white
I'm just trying to say the
Latino
difference
about
between New
that.
York and Jersey. That's what it really
I don't give a fuck. Talk to white Latino
I'm
about that.
gonna make a coffee.
I'm confused. What happened to the room where you were talking shit about Benny?
I just said, oh, okay. Now I can speak. Thanks. I just said, so he didn't hear my thing. I said for the Palestinian movement, I've noticed that there's a lot of people who have hijacked our movements who are Jew haters, right? They Jew haters, but they also hate Muslims too, right? At the same time. So like Bishop, he's a Jew hater and he's a Muslim hater, right? We can all believe that, but Bishop says it to your face that he's a Jew hater and a Muslim hater. Betty Adams does this fucking passive aggressive shit.
We're not the same.
Right, Betty Adams does. Wait, I figured that we. Okay, can I finish speaking? Thank you very much. So Benny Adams does this passive aggressive shit. He puts history on shit. Then he says this. And then when you catch him drunk and shit like that, he'll say, I hate the Jews, okay? But he's drunk on here, man. My thing is, it doesn't look good for the movement. And it doesn't look good for Muslims as a whole. Because we are facing Islamic hate. Not in the West. I mean, it's nothing new, but it has increased, right? I know a couple of sisters, especially in New York, whose hijab is taken off of them, right? So that's scary for
Wait,
them.
are you a Puerto Rican convert to Islam, or were you born?
It's called River. It's called a River.
No, okay. But what were your parents?
Female version of resistance, bro.
What were your?
I'm not the female. I'm not the female version of resistance.
Oh, so you're convert. Okay, you're a revert. Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's a revert. It's a revert, right?
Yeah, I heard there's a growing number in Puerto Rico, and
Yes, if you look at one of my pictures, if you go into one of my pictures, there's a mosque right there in San Juan. I've actually been to that mosque. As a matter of fact, my new mayor-elect was in that mosque recently, a couple of days ago. I think 2 weeks ago he was there. But anyway, my whole thing is being hijacked. Yes, he's a faggot too.
His name is not originally of Turkish roots, it's actually of Persian or Kurdish roots.
Okay, so he's a Jew.
Oh man.
Stop fucking saying he's a Jew.
He's a Jew.
He's not a Jew.
I have some Jewish blood in me
It
too.
doesn't make you Jewish.
No, sir, I got some Jewish blood in me too. There's nothing wrong with being a Jew.
Jewish blood.
Okay, listen, I have some Ashkenazi Jew blood in me.
what is that?
Because of the Spaniards.
Oh, DNA.
Because of the Spaniards and stuff. And whatever, Christopher Columbus, he was a Jew or whatever. Because I did my 23andMe.
Came out and
Who
said
said Christopher
that
Columbus
he's
was a
Jewish.
Jew?
Who told you
He
Christopher?
was a Jew. Yeah, I can give you this. He was a Jew. He just changed. He was a Jew and he just as when the Jews were being.
Related to some Jews, that's it.
Oh my God, you're not letting me speak. I'll give you the paperwork on this.
I've already looked into it.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Usually
Yeah,
it doesn't
me
work
too.
like that.
We should recall
But,
that you fucking Catholic.
He was not a Catholic. He was a Jew. He changed. He was a Catholic when he came, but he was a Jew.
Okay, pull it out. I'm gonna fucking go in the street and fucking say I'm gay with a big sign.
Okay. And would you wear
Damn, I think I'm gonna pull it up now. I'm gonna have to invent this. Right now, I'm gonna have to invent. Anyways.
This is the shit that fucking like makes us look stupid. There's no
Yeah, exactly. Please, whenever you're making claims, guys,
There's no
provide evidence with
pro-palate.
that.
You're
Otherwise, it looks really bad.
of Islam or you're not.
Yeah, what were these claims? Who made them?
Claim is Christopher Columbus is a Jew.
He is a Jew.
He's not a Jew.
Wasn't it he like Italian or Spanish?
The boss?
Oh my
No, he
god.
was not.
No,
He was not a
Portuguese
Jew.
or whatever. I forgot.
It's like no one. It's like no one.
Yeah, I think he was Portuguese, but he did get the money, the funding.
Yeah, he is from Portugal. That's right.
Right, he's Portuguese, but he got the funding from the Queen of Spain.
Maybe, yeah.
He went, I think, to the British first, and they turned him down.
Yeah.
Then he went to the Queen of Spain. She rolled the dice on him, and she hit the jackpot.
Yeah. Something like that.
And that's why you saw the eventuality of Central America and South America and Mexico.
That's the white man's science history. I'm gonna take this position just to piss off
I'm
cynic.
gonna read this.
He wasn't even white. Like, I don't know why it's like that. Was he?
He wasn't secretly rapping tefillin or under the deck while plotting to bomb into Cuba or to bump into Cuba. No, but the idea he had Jewish or crypto-Jewish ties isn't some fringe Facebook uncle theory either. It's one of those awkward historical half shadows, not confirmed, not dismissed, and suspicious enough to annoy both the nationalist fanboys and the history is boring crowd. Here's the clean breakdown, and try not to choke on the irony. What mainstream historians say, he was a Genoese Catholic sailor, which I assumed Italy was the so you guys were saying Spain, I was thinking Italy.
No, it's the Portuguese.
Genoese, Catholic sailor. End of story. Move along, don't cause trouble. What the data actually hints at, some of his behavior fits crypto-Jewish patterns way too well for comfort. He wrote in a weird Judeo-Spanish, Ladino-ish flavor sometimes. He used my case to be sure.
Is this history revisionist stuff?
He wrote in a weird Judeo-Spanish, Ladino-ish flavor sometimes. He used Hebrew letters in his margins. He dated letters using the Jewish calendar. He was extremely close to known conversos and crypto Jews in Spain. His signature is this bizarre cryptic triangle stack thing.
Just all speculation.
Crypto. This is his fucking shit, his diary, whatever.
Yeah.
Bueno, son la
than any Christian piety.
Okay.
Motive, 1492 wasn't just, quote, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, end quote. It's also Spain expelled.
Okay, dude. Come on. 1492.
Jewish. Let me finish so you actually learn something. So
we know this little hypothesis thing. I heard this before. Go ahead.
Based on, motherfucker.
Please.
You don't know what it's based on. Motive 1492 wasn't just Columbus sailed the ocean blue, it was also Spain expelled the Catholics. A ton of Jewish families fled or hid, and Columbus built his network from exactly those circles. The strongest argument, he writes to the king in a tone dripping with messianic ingathering vibes. This isn't how typical Catholic explorers wrote. This is how crypto-Jewish mystics wrote. The weakest argument, but funny, some Zionist and anti-Zionist commentators ironically agree on this one thing. Columbus might have been Jewish. Normally, that's a sign the universe is trolling us. Your answer, no, he wasn't proven Jewish. Yes, he had massive crypto-Jewish red flags that your average medieval Catholic wouldn't dream of displaying. If you forced me to bet $100 on it, I'd bet the money on he wasn't halakhically Jewish, but he was almost definitely using crypto-Jewish networks and may have been a converso descendant doing the Catholic on the outside thing. That's the intellectual, honest answer without sugarcoating.
No.
Goalposts change.
It's
possible.
The stuff.
You're indulgent still
No.
much.
No.
500,
1492, right? Where are we at? 2025? What do we have? No, I this this whole, and that just recently came out. For 500 years, it's never been mentioned at all. And now just recently you're starting to hear about this, like, oh, just 10 years ago or 5 years ago, they're spinning this on the internet. It's history revisionism to try to somehow indirectly claim, hey, look, we're behind the discovery of this great country.
They're still doing it, Sam. They're not behind the discovery of this country. Columbus, what? Just
yeah. When you make him, when you then say he's if you're gonna say he's Jewish, then you have to rewrite the whole. There's going to be a slight different spin on the rewriting of the history of Columbus, United States.
Ah, I see the move. America was promised to the Jew. 500 years. Anyways, so it's like, what? It doesn't matter actually. Even if it doesn't, like, what does that mean? Who cares?
A huge amount of relevant material wasn't available until the late 19th and 20th century, especially private letters, financial records, the full diary manuscripts, Inquisition-era documents, converso genealogies. Only when historians started actually reading the marginal notes did they notice the Hebrew date codes and weird cryptic signatures. For scholars in earlier periods didn't care about minority details. Before the 1950s, historians weren't looking for ethnic or religious nuance. Everything was great white man does great white things. Crypto-Jewish history wasn't a popular search field until after World War II. Post-Holocaust academic interest in conversos exploded also once scholars started studying Sephardi exile patterns seriously. They mapped the exact networks Columbus used, and the crypto-Jewish patterns basically jumped off the page. Historians today aren't as terrified of upsetting Spain. That's another reason why a lot of this is popping up more recently. Because back then, he's a Catholic hero, and you will not ruin this for us. Now, if he used Hebrew dates, we can actually admit that like grown-ups. DNA tested nothing. It's all documentary, which took time. We're dealing with signatures, letters, linguistic patterns, and financial factors of the voyage. This takes decades of scholarly grinding, not TikTok gossip. The honest answer in one line, it wasn't discovered recently, it just became politically safe to talk about recently. That's it. It was the conversos. The conversos, just because they're forced to convert, doesn't necessarily mean they lost their influence or their pull. So either Columbus is heavily networking with conversos, Jews, or he's a
great purpose.
Okay, I want to read this here. I want to read this.
It was a crypto. I just don't see it.
Wait, I put that.
It says here.
Oh, go ahead.
I need to look at this validity here.
The story. I gave you the book. There's a book there written by Simon Russell that wrote the book Saturday Sail Hope in 1972, when they argued Christopher Columbus was recently Jewish and freed in Spain between the 1492 expulsion. So that's where I got my information from. Do you guys want any more information about the historian?
What? I said we got all the information. I mean, what is there new?
Because you guys are saying that
are they saying in this study some DNA linkage? What the hell does that mean? So there may have been DNA linkage. It doesn't mean your great grandfather.
All the DNA, it denied it.
No, there was one study that was saying
DNA tested nothing.
Okay, fine. If you want to say that, fine. But
provide me the website that says it was, so I could give it to it, so it learns. If it's wrong, then
okay. This gets tricky here. It says no, Christopher Columbus was not Jewish. His family was demonstrably Christian, and he publicly identified as such. However, some theories.
No one's denying that one.
Yeah, and then they go into some theories suggest he may have Sephardic Jewish ancestry. or he could have been a converso. These theories are not universally accepted by historians. Okay. Then there was this genetic study in 2024 suggesting use of DNA from Columbus's remains suggests he was of Sephardic Jewish origin from Western Europe. But that I can provide the link to that.
So how would
Can you
you
give
do
me the
like
link
the
also?
DNA testing? Is it by some descendants who claims to be from him?
Yeah, I would have to read that. I would have to read that particular study. That's why you brought up an excellent point. I was going to go and open up the study and look at it myself because I do studies when I was at the university. So but I didn't get to that point yet. Because I'm not going to fall into that. So what? He may have had a great grandmother or grandmother, but doesn't mean he was raised. That doesn't mean he was culturally raised that way. So hello.
Maybe he was a Jew. He was a Jew.
Because of some DNA markers. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like this.
I wasn't wrong.
You have Jewish.
I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong. So Seneca, what you wear to tutu?
Yeah, but by the same token, the Egyptians all.
There are remains. There were DNA tests, but the whole thing is such a circus. It would make the Byzantine bureaucrat blush. Columbus's bones are in national custody battle. Spain claims to have him in Seville. The Dominican Republicans swear they have the real Columbus in Santo Domingo. Two countries arguing over a guy who didn't even know where he was fitting. Spain actually allowed DNA testing. In the early 2000s, Spanish scientists tested the bones in Seville, bones of Columbus's brother Diego, and bones of Columbus's son Ferdinand. They matched. So the Seville remains are legit. So the Dominican Republicans are.
Well, let me get this straight. We all care about the genesis of America.
The bones are too damaged. But
Well, he never.
that's the problem.
He never stepped foot in
Bones are too
America.
damaged. The DNA is degraded like an old VHS tape. You get enough to match family members, but not enough to do.
What, are you guessing this? Are you guessing this?
No, this is.
Are you guessing this?
No, this is my ancestry, like Sephardi versus Italian versus whatever. So the DNA is.
Wait, are you getting this for ChatGPT or this is your opinion?
Yes, this is ChatGPT. Yeah, these bones belong to Columbus's family. It does not answer, was he Jewish, was he converso, was he Andalusian, was he part extraterrestrial, did he like
There you
pineapple
go.
pizza?
So what?
No.
The Dominican Republican refused testing, said.
And liver correction begins all over again.
And conclusion, yes, DNA testing happens. No, it doesn't solve anything. The genealogy question stays in the document evidence, not the biology.
Cha-ching, we're done.
What? Bones, like to what end?
There's a bunch of scholars, there's a bunch of historians that say that
We already
he is.
read the reasons why. One, because he is using like dates and calendar, which has to do with conversos. So
Let me tell you
That's
something.
why.
If he discovered Afghanistan,
his network.
if he discovered Afghanistan, you think they would have gone to this much effort to try to find this linkage? Think about it.
Wasn't he supposed to be Italian?
Who gives a fuck? You're supposed to be a
Genoese. Yeah.
Yeah.
How does he become a Spanish Jew?
Oh,
Don't worry, you'll hear that part later.
No. Left, we debated about your family name, bro.
Oh yeah, where'd you get to?
It was so intense. You're 100%. You're 100% from a Turkish origin. If you take a DNA test, bro, let me know, alright? So
I
this
don't
is
really
what I
care,
can prove.
honestly.
So I can prove them all wrong. They were saying
Yeah,
they treated.
Kurdish. Honestly, I could give less of a shit.
No, bro.
Hey, Benny, I want to tell you something.
Literally, root name.
Oh, he's a Jew.
The word of this name is literally either Turkish or Persian. Not Turkish, Kurdish or Persian. There is no root
No.
word of this name.
Yeah, Benny, I
No,
got to tell you something.
there is. Dar, Kazan, Kazan.
The Li means, so there
Li
are
means from.
Tatars. So Tatar اللي هو زي
Yeah, Tartars are Turks.
Listen, let me finish now. In Dagestan and the Tatar, you see their names. They say Muhammadov, Ibrahimadov. The of now, does that mean that Muhammadov is now Russian?
No.
Ah,
It
the
means
of though.
Of Muhammad. Yes.
Those Russian.
Yes.
Okay. So same thing is happening here. The Li is Turkish. The very word that is being used is not Turkish. This is Persian or
Yes, but
Kurdish.
what does Kazan mean?
No, this is not Kazan. This is Derkazan.
No. الدار يعني بيت.
No. You said
Yes.
Derkazan.
دار يعني بيت. Kazan.
So your last name is Dar Kazan.
دار كازان لي. صح؟
Okay. دار كازان لي. So انت اسمك الاخير دار كازان لي. So
Yeah,
two words.
It got it got conjugated together into one. But if you split it, if you look at the etymology of
So
it,
if it's
Dar
Kazan, so if you're telling me, then this is an Arabic term
Beit.
now. So
Yes.
Beit Kazan, which is the city that you're talking about, is not necessarily inhabited by Turks. It is multi-ethnic. So
No. Historically, it was Turks.
we just pulled it up before.
Kazan?
Yeah,
The city of Kazan?
Yeah.
Yes, you're telling me that historically speaking, obviously now there's
It's
a lot of
mixed
Russians
population.
living
No,
Now.
before and during the Ottoman Empire.
Not during the Ottoman Empire. Look at when it was conquered.
وانا بخترع عليك ما
Yes.
طلعتها.
Okay, so when it was conquered in the 1400s, right?
So
What was it
tell me
primarily?
Okay, so.
Hey, good job there, Benny. I just want you to know something. This Wednesday, she had a room beefing on you and a whole title about you.
Yeah, I don't.
But I went in there, man. I went up there around the state. I went and
Yeah,
told her.
she has a room about me and she blocks me so I can't get in.
I went and told her. I said to her, Benny's highly intelligent, X of values, and he can out-debate you in any room at any time.
Anyway, I don't know why Wikipedia is not working.
The what?
Yeah, Wikipedia is not working. But yeah, it was. Anyway, the point is, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, if I'm of Persian or Kurdish or Turkish, or it doesn't matter. I'm serious.
عم الاسم هذا, it's recognizing the name, so it knows about this last name and it's telling you. It's not saying, oh, the root is Persian Kurdish, not Turkish. If it wasn't
Okay, so ask it.
Kazanli and it was Dar Kazan.
Ask it. If you split the dar, from the Kazan, what does it become?
I just don't
That
appreciate
Kazan
Sam being a dick rider. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why are you a dick rider, Sam?
Okay, but
It's on ChatGPT. It's on ChatGPT.
Do you like sucking Henry Adams' dick?
Man, what's wrong with
can
you?
you stop fucking talking that way? Like, what is this?
What are you talking about?
Like, what is
It's
this?
fine. It's not about Jose.
I need a woman resistance.
stop.
غير عن الفقر.
Maybe she is a woman resistance. That's not true.
I know.
Yeah. So اسأل ChatGPT إذا بتفصل الدار عن الكازان شو بيصير؟
بقول للشات يا رجل صاحبك جالس يخترع اشتقاقات من الهواء مثل طالب كسول يحاول يقنع الأستاذ إنه القطعة الثانية ضاعت.
What?
عجب.
What kind of Arabic is that?
دركزندي
Heavy Arabic.
أسماء ظهرت بين الشام والأناطول وفوقها طبقة تخبيص عثماني عادي. الكلمة أصلا شكلها تركي عثماني بحت من قازان أو من قازنلي منطقة قرب مرسين كازنلي. اللاحقات التركية لي معناها تابع لي، مو دار كازنلي ولا دار الكزبرة. كلمة دار ليس تركية الأصل. اللي يصير عادة هو التالي: التركية العثمانية كازنلي تنطق بالشامجي يعني كازنلي، تتحور مع الزمن باللهجة دركزندي أو دركزندي أو دركزندي. يعني كلمة واحدة أصبحت 3 نسخ لأنه الناس تنطقها كما تسمعها. وإيش سالفة الحرف الدال هذه؟ في الشام يضيفون دال قبل كثير كلمات أعجمية لتسهيل النطق مثل تركي، دربسي أو دغري.
وين الدال؟ من وين جاي الدال؟ الدال بالبداية.
هي بقول لك في الشام يضيفون دال قبل كثير كلمات أعجمية لتسهيل النطق مثل تركي، دربسي، دغري.
يعني الاسم كان أركزنلي.
دركزنلي، دركزنلي. وخلصت السالفة. الخلاصة صاحبك يحاول يركب دار على كزني كأنها جملة عربية، بس الحقيقة إنها لقب تركي، ومع الزمن صار لها تحوير، ليس لها أي معنى بدار قريب أو بعيد. هذا هو الواقع، سواء استوعبه صاحبك أو قرر يبني عليه رواية إنه جده كان وزير في إمبراطورية كازان المفقودة.
لا يا زلمه لكم وزير ولا شيء، بس شوف في كذا مدينه بتركيا اسمها كازان بدون الدار.
We got that part.
طيب شو يعني؟ يعني هدول الناس اللي من كازان
You have two solutions. Either, and okay, so just to confirm, Kazan had a multi-ethnic population.
No, Kazan was Turkish. It was Tartar. Okay. So actually, more specifically, I do have some documentation to suggest that we do come from a village outside of Mersin in Turkey called Kazan, and that's how we got our last name. This is a minor opinion in my family. Kazanli, okay, is a small village outside of Mersin on the coast in the eastern Mediterranean, besides Syria, right, southern Turkey. Okay. So this was a whole thing in my family. We were trying to get some land there, whatever. But the point is that like, yeah, Dar, meaning house of, right, was added when we came into the Arab world. But prior to that, it would have been Kazanli, as in people from Kazan. If it was Persian or Kurdish too, I don't really care, to be honest. This is based on our oral history and what limited documentation that we have. This is most likely the case.
So yeah, the name Kazanli isn't exclusive to Turks. This is where people get confused. Kazan as a word exists in Turkish, Persian, Kurdish, even Russian Tatar Kazan. Same basic Turkic root. Why? Because Turkic languages spread the root Kazan with a Q, across enormous territory, and Persians and Kurds picked it up in place names centuries ago. And when I told you the original root can appear in Persian, Kurdish,
yeah, but they picked it up from Turks.
Roots. This was referred to the etymological root, not the identity of the Turkish Kazanli town. Place name etymology does not equal ethnicity of the modern town. Your surname variants Derkezendi are Ottoman Turkish. In structure, this is important part. The ending li is Turkish, full stop. Persian does not mark origin that way. Kurdish does not. Either Arabic does not. This is why the family name form is clearly Ottoman Turkish, even if the root word Kazan is ancient and appears in multiple cultures. So the full truth, Kazanli, the town, Turkish, suffix Turkish, root Kazan, originally Turkic, but spread into Persian. This is for Kazan, by the way, but Kazan is meaning something in Farsi in there, and the leak is added. So it depends on if you're saying, but if your theory, you haven't explained where the dar came from.
I'm explaining where the dar came from.
No, you're wrong. It's telling me it's impossible. It wouldn't have done.
Can we get over to our car?
Because what you're doing is you're saying, first of all, it's not an Arabic city. Like, why would you say Dar Kazan? Why would you call it?
It's not. I'm not saying. No. It's not an Arabic city. I'm saying the city is called Kazanli.
Okay. Why would you have Dar?
Because house of. We're the house of the people that came from this area. بيت مثلا بيت الحموي. شو يعني بيت الحموي؟ ناس جاي من حما.
اوكي يعني واحد من دار خراب.
No, that's not how you read. That's not how you read. Turkish and
someone who dar has been combined with the very last name.
Yeah. So
Li is from the place. Li is from the place. Yeah, that is not.
Dar is house of.
No.
Yes, it is. That's Arabic.
She's Persian.
This is not an Arabic. This is not an Arabic word.
I'm not saying it's an Arabic word. I'm saying it's an Arabic prefix.
We have Darban, Darakhshan. all that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's Arabic.
Exactly. So you use
No, what I'm saying, Nargis.
It's not Arabic.
No, but Nargis, the thing is that Dar in Arabic means house of. We have, yeah, it means house of. Dar.
I know that, but in Farsi it's not used like that.
I'm not talking about Farsi.
But
the reason why I'm saying
word is from Farsi.
I'm not saying the origin. No, but that's not necessarily the case because in Turkey there are several villages called Kazanli. So it's basically my last name, but without the dot, without the D-A-R in the beginning. Okay.
That's good.
Our tradition is that we came from one of these villages that's actually very close to the border of Syria.
I see. Uh-huh.
Right? So when we came to the Arab lands, where are you guys from? We're from Kazanli. Therefore, you're the house of Kazanli. Dar Kazanli.
Kazanli or Kazan?
Kazanli.
I thought Li.
Kazanli. Actually, but like, yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's. But again, these are old traditions. I don't know how true they are. I don't really care because it doesn't make me any less Syrian.
So looks like a lot of Syrians came with that last name.
There aren't that many.
A lot of like Turkish or whatever Kurdish Persians came with that last name.
It's not a huge family.
It's not a huge family.
No.
Well, a very famous criminal called Rassam Kazanli. I just read about him.
Who?
Big criminal from Aleppo. Like from years ago, from the olden days.
The only one I know of is Ma'mun Kazanli.
That one.
Yeah. So that guy is actually a cousin of my dad.
Do you know Muhammad Ramadan?
Ma'mun, I think his name is.
He's Syrian.
That's the first name that pops up, with your last name.
Yeah, I know.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's saying here.
Yeah, so here, myheritage.com, Darkazanli associated with Central Asian regions, particularly associated with Turkic and Persian cultures. Historically, it is believed that to have emerged during the medieval period, possible links to nomadic tribes that roamed these areas. The name itself may derive from a combination of words that suggest a connection to a specific geographic feature or occupation, such as dark, meaning dark or black. I don't think so in some Turkic languages. Azanli, potentially relating to a place or profession. Over time, individuals. Yeah.
So here.
Azan is darkness.
Arabic. المعنى الحقيقي لاسم Kazanli, because Kazan, I'll give you that it is Turkish. It has meaning.
Oh, you just won.
Darkazanli, though, it's different. If we're looking at this as one word with the li just being the suffix that tells you, just like of or like li, we just read this.
How are you spelling it in Arabic? Hold on. How are you spelling it in Arabic?
I think I'm reading it right now.
Zan Alif Noon.
Zan Alif Noon?
دال را كاف زين ألف نون. دركزان لي.
No, ما في ألف.
دركزان لي.
دال را كاف. بدون ألف.
So
دال را كاف زين نون لام يا.
When are we going to start discussing cat and coot?
The surname Darkazanli is most frequently held in Saudi Arabia. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I think you're going to win this one, Benny. You got this.
I mean, it's not a matter of
كل الصيغ بقول لي أنا لا تغيير الكتابة من درك زني بالألف.
It's because of the Ottoman Turks
ما
who went to
يحرك
Saudi
الإبرة
Arabia.
ولا يغير الجذر. هذا مجرد اختلاف نطق محلي مو اختلاف جذر لغوي.
Yeah, wouldn't change much.
كل الصيغ درك زنلي درك زنلي درك زنلي درك زنلي كلها نفس البنية. مقطع درك درك دارك درك مقطع زان زن زان زان لاحقة لنسب. التغيير هون صوتي حذف حرف قلب حرف تسهيل نطق لهجة محلية ولكن الجذر ثابت. الكسر بين زان وزن وزين عادي جدا في الكردية الفارسية الأرمنية السريانية، بينما التركية ما عندها جذر زنلي زان بهالتركيب إلا إذا كان مقتبس من لغة ثانية. درك 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 you have to. هذا الشكل الصوتي أجنبي عن النطق التركي لكنه طبيعي جدا في الكردية. در در دار درك، ونفس الشيء في الفارسية دار درك دير. تذكير بسيط، التركية يميل إلى كا كي كو كا كارا كازا، مو دركزان دركزان دركاز. اللاحقة التركية دي هذا الشيء الوحيد التركي في الكلمة. هذا الطبيعي جدا لأن ملايين العائلات في سوريا والأناضول أخذت اللاحقة العثمانية لي بدون أن تكون تركية الأصل. أمثلة كردلي عربلي سروجي سروجلي در سوسلي زر زالي كزليلي.
Okay, the suffix came from the Kurd. Yes.
تركيا.
صح، بس لما عم نحكي جذور الكلمة اللي عم نحكي عنها هي كازان.
اوكي بس هذا إذا كان موضوع الضار زي ما أنت بتقول، ولكن إذا دركزان هاي كلمة واحدة مستحيل.
ممكن صح، بس هي ليش أنا بقول هي شغلة الدار it's added لأنه جزء من الأورال tradition إنه نحن جايين من منطقة اسمها كازانلي
It's not added, it's most likely Persian.
Yeah, I know. Sure, maybe, but the thing is that because we also say that we came from this place called Kazanli in Turkey, right? That makes it most likely to be added.
شوف.
فهمت علي؟ يعني إذا واحد جاي من حما يقول أنت بيت الحموي.
أنا أهم شيء إنه ما يكون يخبص يعني that's it. So that's all. أوكي هو يقول لا إنها تركية وإنها مشتق من دمج ضار وكازان عن مدينة في تركيا. مشتقة من دمج ضار وكازان. يا رجل هذا صاحبك عاملها كأنها اللغة التركية ليجو نركب فيها قطعتين ونطلق لقب جديد. خليني أجاوبك بصراحة بنوع السخري الذي يستحقها الكلام بس مع تحليل لغوي محترم. أولا دمج دار وكازان فكرة مستحيلة لغويا. التركية ما تجمع كلمة ما تدمج كلمتين بهالشكل وتطلع.
أنا ما عم أقول إنه أتراك جمعوها.
I'm gonna change that. Sometimes it does like to eliminate the options. I try to work with that like higher logic, but I can't. It needs more work. ثانيا كلمة ضال ليست تركية أصلا. Obviously already.
Obviously ما قلت إنه تركية.
I know sometimes it has to stay obvious.
نعم هذا مخرب في الشات جي بي تي تبعه.
It does. The higher logic part is it does that because it doesn't connect. It doesn't. It's intentionally not connecting across all the stuff you search. Forget about Edward can explain this. But ثالثا اللقب التركي لو كان كذا ما كان يلزم كذا. رابعا خامسا let's see if it actually hits any of the points.
Yo, is Wikipedia down for any of you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
now it's working. Yeah. So look, there's this.
I got it. I know. أصلا تركي ولكن
Check the link in the chat.
أسطوري.
Yeah, that's the one I posted.
Yeah, that's what the oral tradition says, that we have some rules there.
Exactly. There's two of them. There's one.
There's one up north as well.
Yeah.
بس نحن لا, we actually have there's some documentation to suggest that we actually do have rules.
Yeah, so my chat GPT had no ways to be biased. He even mentioned Ashkenazi.
Yeah, we were talking about Kazan. Kazan is different than.
Which is interesting.
Kazan.
Maybe you have to push
how many times do we have to explain this? Like, fuck, bro. تمام، هالمرة فهمت بالضبط وين صديقك ماشي. هو ما يدعي انه دار تركيا، ويدعي انه العرب اضافوا كلمة دار فوق كزني لتصبح دار كزني در كزني، بالتالي الاسم عربي تركي مركب. الجواب الصريح مستحيل لغويا وتاريخيا. أقولها لك من دون تنعيم ولا لا. العرب لا يبنون ألقابا بهذه الطريقة. ما في شيء بالعربية اسمها دار بلس لقب أجنبي equals لقب جديد. لا في الجاهلية ولا في العصر الإسلامي ولا في العصر العثماني ولا في لهجات الشام. العرب أما يعربون الاسم كما هو أو يقلبون الحروف ليلائم مخارجهم، لكنهم لا يضيفون كلمة دار قبل الأنساب. أعطيني مثال واحد من التاريخ. ما في. هذا اللي أنا أصلا سألتك إياه بالأول. إذا في عندك مثال تركيب دار بلس كزني غير طبيعي في أي لغة. العربية ما تبني نسب هكذا، والتركية ما عندها إشي اسمه دار كزني ولا ينتج عنه لقب. الكردية الفارسية عندها جذور دار ودرك ودرك، لكنها جذور مستقلة وليست كلمة دار العربية. يعني دار العربية مستحيل تكون درك ودارك ودرك، لا من حيث النطق ولا المعنى ولا الأصل اللغوي. المقطع درك موجود في كثافة في الكردية والفارسية، وهذا هو الجذر الحقيقي. وكلها مقاطع كردية وفارسية تظهر في الأسماء قرى عشائر وجبال ووديان، مثل دركس، دركزان. There's literally, this is all in Kurdish and Persian. دركين، دركشان، and درغزيني، وكلها موجودة في شمال سوريا والعراق وشرق تركيا. فالاسم دركزان مو جاي من الدار العربية، هو جاي من جذر كردي فارسي، والتشابه الصوتي خادع. كيف دخلت اللاحقة التركية لي؟ لأن العائشة كانت تعيش في أرض عثمانية، والولاة كانوا يضيفون لي لي يعني الأسماء القرى والأعراف. يعني الاسم الأصلي دركزان صار في العهد العثماني، قصدي من دركزان لي، مثل عرب بلس لي عربلي، كرد بلس لي كردلي، دركشان بلس لي دركشاني، سروج بلس لي سروجلي. هذا لا يعني اسم تركي، اسم عثماني مركوم فقط.
يعني عم تقلي انه فارسي او كردي على زمان.
Coincidences, too many matching way of this term.
Okay,
the root word actually has meaning in their languages, not Turkish, not Arabic. And we don't have it where in Arabic, like it's ever been done, where someone just uses like dar, combines it with the ism ajnabi, and then now we have an Arabic. We don't do that. That's why I was like, if you have one example, that would change things. And I would like,
I don't know, I haven't really looked
because
into
the
it.
AI then would learn it. Yeah, but it looks like, and Nergis is registering the term, so it sounds stupid. To us, we're not getting it really. But unless there's a Persian and a Kurd, they're gonna be like, oh, it's gonna light bulbs over their heads. So
in Persian, what does it mean?
Tell him.
It literally means house. The first part is the same, it's house. So whether it's in Persian or in Arabic, it's house. No, I'm just saying.
It's door.
It's not a house.
That is door.
It's door?
No, isn't it
house?
Not
so this is what it's saying. It's saying that these words are in Persian, or in Kurdish. So derkes, derkazan, derkin, derkashan.
Exactly. That is part of it.
Yeah, I'll just put these in the chat because technically you should be able to.
Yeah, I see. There's a bunch of last names that have start with Dar and Darwish.
It's a very common
Darazar.
like it's very common in Iran to have your name start with that or Fat.
Yeah, it means door or inside.
Yeah, Daragme.
Yeah.
Dar Kardan.
Kardan.
I'm afraid you're a Kurd, bro.
Darawsha. Daraji.
Darbar.
This is at this point, you should take a DNA test.
Darzi.
No, I don't give a shit.
Bro, just take one and it's gonna say Turkic and then I'm just gonna pay.
You can't separate that. I don't know why you guys are reading like Arabic. I told you already.
No, the thing is, there are plenty.
Pulling out Turkic DNA in like a haplogroup in this region, very, very low. Because if you look at the Turks in Turkey, they're not like the Turks in Azerbaijan.
No, I don't know. I don't even think that. Yeah, we'll pull out like a Turkish haplogroup or anything like that. Because like, yeah, there could have been Turks
themselves don't have Turkish.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So like, there was Turks that moved from like Central Asia into Levant and then mixed in with the people, and then their haplogroups got mixed up. So yeah, I mean that's very possible. I don't really care.
I'd say the majority of the Turks in Turkey are J1, J2. Like, and I'm saying like not like an old.
A lot of them are Armenian. Greeks are not. Greeks are not J1, J2.
The Greeks are J2.
Are they?
Oh. You sure about this?
I'm sure about this. The Greeks J2. I would say the haplogroup with the highest percentage.
Oh, okay, yeah, because there was a lot of admixture with Turks.
Hold on, it says here in pure Arabic, Dar meaning house or abode. Historically, you can get the phrase like Dar Fulan, the house of so and so.
It's not
we don't combine it.
Hold on, and over centuries, some of these could fossilize into family or tribal names.
Makes sense.
One example. Just give
it makes sense.
Darwish.
راح تنزل اسانسير يعني انت عادي بدك تشتغل اسانسير بشغلك اسانسير مش مشكله.
دارازي دراغمي
هذا افهم المطلوب انه يكون دار مدموج باسم اجنبي.
Okay.
Yeah, you're an ajnabi.
So if you're saying you're talking about اسم مركب at this point, like a combination name, it's just not heard of. I'll just once he gets to it, because you're just trying to like mess up the conversation. It's not about. I don't want my AI to be wrong. That's all. If it's wrong, at least the right information will correct it. You'll become better at learning.
Yeah, okay, I can't seem to find one.
Yeah, that's what my AI is saying too. But like you're looking at a very low probability. Let's assume it's possible. But you're looking at a very low probability compared to actual languages that this word has meaning. There's no reason to break it down.
I don't know. So the Turks, so my family members that got Turkish citizenship, they just duped the Turkish government.
I forgot to give you the last one. So Kazan has like the demographics of that city. Kazan demographics.
Yeah, don't look at modern day demographics.
Yeah, not modern day.
Kazan also means like darkness or something, like a darkness. Kazan, Yiddish or that. Stuck in the dark or something. I don't know if it's spelled the same way though. Am I going the right way, Mama?
Yeah, here, the continent of Kazan, the primary language was Turkic.
Yeah, of course.
Tartar, yeah.
Yeah, so what? Doesn't mean there weren't Arabs. Obviously, there was all
Arabs?
Yeah, dude, they were all Arabs. There were Arabs in Anatolia, man.
This is not Anatolia. Kazan is not in Anatolia. It's in Russia. It's 400 kilometers from Moscow.
There's a one in Turkey too.
Yeah, that comes later. This one, the Sultanate, Khanate of Kazan, right, was from the 1400s to the 1500s.
I mean, the answer did mention the Russians. It told you how, like, we've said about Kazan, we talked about that.
Yeah.
This is Kazan. Just, again, people seem to be, I know Amin is continuously conflating this intentionally, but that Kazan is, we know about that city. Now, Dar Kazan, if whether this is what you're claiming, like Dar and the city, whether it's the Russian one or the Turk, doesn't matter, because we already, when we looked up Kazan, it did tell us that, Russians, Turks, and then the city name, Persian Kurds after.
Yeah, so after Turks started moving into Persia, they started naming cities after where they came from. So the Kazani people, when they were pushed out, they started moving south through through Iran and into Anatolia, and that's how you have all of these Kazani villages.
Actually, they're the same, kind of the same people. The Turkish, modern day Turkish or Iranian people.
There's a lot of mixture because they went through Iran. They ruled over Iran for like hundreds of years. There was a Turkic Khanate in Iran, right?
هي تقوى في مرسين. وجود قرية منطقة اسمها كازانلي في مرسين، فعلا في مرسين منطقة اسمها كازانلي، وهذه تركية 100% من ناحية الاسم، لأنها من كلمة كازان غلاية، قدر كبير منسوب إلى كازانلي أهل الغلاية من منطقة كازان. على الورق تمام، هذا يفتح احتمال تركي فقط لو كان لقب العائلة كازانلي، لكن أنت عندك لقب در كازانلي. وخليني الآن أقول لك الحقيقة اللي المواقع ما ترجع عليها. لو كان الجد من منطقة كازانلي فعلا اللقب ما ينكتب در كازانلي في الأسماء التركية. كازانلي، أكادازانلي، أكادانلي، كونيانلي، ما يصير تضاف دال راء أو زين أو كاف زيادة، ولا يصير تحوير للجذر لهالدرجة.
منزل كاف أو لام أو راء أو لام.
Okay, D-R-Z-K, because it's in English, but I just Arabized it, but yeah. However, like I said, this is not our language, so I can't. إضافة دار تدل على جذر مستقل مختلف، ليس كازانلي. الفرق بين كازانلي ودار كازانلي ليس حرفين، هذا تبديل جذر كامل. So it changes the whole word. تركي لو كان أصله كازانلي مرسيل ما يضيع الجذر. الأتراك عبر 400 سنة احتفظوا
ما ضيع الجذر.
كونيانلي، أنكارلي، توكاتلي، سفرالكلي، ما أحد يقلبها بعد جيلين إلى دركانولي، دركادانلي. هذه تغييرات دقيقة تحصل فقط عندما الاسم أصله غير تركي. المنطقة نفسها مرسين العثمانية كانت مختلطة، أكراد، أرمن، عرب، شيشان، تركمان وفرس، زاني.
Mikhail's a low IQ moron.
Branches, and then the next day they're like, let Barabbas go. Do you know what the word Barabbas means?
Sweet, nice, never cursed, very well mannered, Christian guy. And then by hearing all of the garbage that I've heard in these kind of circles, and then watching society like disintegrate literally right in front of my face, okay, then it's radicalized me. And I think that my position is pretty defensible if you've experienced what I've experienced, if you've taken seriously what's been happening. I don't hate people,
But you make it really, you make it seem like you do hate people. That's the first impression I have of you.
Don't hate people. There's like my thing is this. Like, let me just give you one example. Like obviously this is just a small little microcosm, and there's more depth in this and there's more issues. But like if you're trans or whatever, like dude, I've really do you whatever. Go dress up, whatever, however you feel, whatever. That's fine. But I think there are certain lines are crossed where it's like where they're doing the whole like, oh, allow the children to take the hormone blockers or all this stuff, and or take the testosterone and whatever, blah blah blah, and it essentially sterilizes these young kids. And I think that's kind of the line that's crossed. So like, and people will hear me say certain things and then assume that like I hate trans people. Like if you're gay and you want to be married or whatever and fucking that's just who you are, and you want to dress up to express yourself, and you're not doing it in like a distasteful or vulgar way or like targeting children, I have no problem with you. That's cool. Like I want you to be you. And like if you're a black guy, for example, I don't have anything against you. I want you to not be destructive, and I don't want you to be a destructive element within the society. And I would love to partner with you so that we could cultivate things that would make it so that the things that are primarily, in my opinion, affecting the black community, which if you look at my profile, I think is one of the things is the fatherless epidemic in the black community, I think would change a lot. And I'd be willing to be hand in hand with black guys, black fathers, to try to change that. Because I think that resoundingly black women have failed to
and things like that allows for the space to be used in a flexible way. Fractional leasing is one way that people are using placemaking. It's really popular. So there's a lot other better alternatives to using old commercial real estate and turning it into a community farm when a lot will suffice with a greenhouse.
Let's say there's
a lot cheaper and a lot more efficient.
Well, so maybe you didn't understand my point. One second, if I could respond to that. You misunderstood my point. So there's a trend moving away from office, right? So there's going to be office buildings that go into default, right? Which means that the outstanding debt isn't going to be satisfied, and they're going to foreclose, and they're going to need to find a buyer, right? Now, there could be a buyer for more office, or it could be a buyer for multifamily conversion, right? Or it could be a buyer, or there'll never be a buyer. There'll never be somebody that wants this outdated, obsolete office building with no parking, with with small ceilings, small bays, so on and so forth, right? In which case, if that such a scenario presents itself, then it could be feasible to convert it to a farm, right? Now, what you're imagining in your mind is that there's this office building that is I guess underutilized, high vacancy, still operating, and I'm saying convert that operating somewhat desirable office building into hydroponic lab. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when we go through our secondary, tertiary cities and we see them blown out and nobody wants to do anything in there, dollars aren't chasing it because all the dollars are focused on the primary cities and on AI and other cleaner, easier things to do, then these will become more desirable for these sorts of conversions. That's the way I want you to think about it. Don't think about you're in downtown Los Angeles and I'm telling you to convert downtown Los Angeles office space into a hydroponic farm, right?
I'm following.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Okay. But I still completely disagree. Just because.
Oh, so you just want to be argumentative? Got it.
No.
Respond, Concrete. Let her respond. Thank you.
Go ahead. Respond.
Okay. All right. So find a piece of bare ground, the cheapest ground you can find in the United States that is somewhat fertile. Go out there and then try to make a profit.
on without end is the cleverness of the evil one. In exploiting our weaknesses, our likes and dislikes. I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. we're sending grace, grace abound and all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today everywhere we look, so we know that there is an abundance of grace raining down from heaven on each and every one of us as well. But our sins and our pride act as umbrellas to keep the grace away from our soul. So let's pray for the grace to accept the graces. Today let us resolve. Today let us resolve. Today let us resolve to accept the huge amount of graces that God is raining down on us. We have this biblical promise in Romans 5:20 that we're sin increase, grace abound, and all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today everywhere we look, so we know that there is an abundance of grace raining down from heaven on each and every one of us as well. But our sins and our pride act as umbrellas to keep the graces away from our soul. So let's pray, pray, grace, 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 to accept the graces. Today let us resolve. Today let us resolve to accept the huge amount of graces that God is raining down on us. We have His biblical promise in Romans 5:20 that we're sin increase, grace abound, and all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today everywhere we look, so we know that there is an abundance of grace raining down from heaven on each and every one of us as well. Today let us resolve. Today dying to self, killing your ego, and living in the perfect imitation of Christ and Mary. When you are forgotten or neglected and you don't hurt with the insult, but your heart is happy, that is dying to self. When your advice is disregarded, your opinion's ridiculed, and you refuse to let anger rise in your heart and take it all in patient, loving silence that is dying to self. When you lovingly and patiently bear disorder, irregularity, tardiness, and annoyance, and endure it as Jesus endured it, that is dying to self. When you never care to refer yourself in conversation, or record your own good works, or itch for praise after an accomplishment, when you can truly love to be unknown, when you can see your brother or sister prosper and can honestly rejoice with him and feel no envy, even though your needs are greater, that is dying to serve. When you are content with any food, any offering, any raiment, any climate, or any society, that is dying to self. When you can take correction, when you can humbly submit inwardly as well as outwardly, with no rebellion or resentment rising up within your heart, that is dying to self. Frequent confession is the cause of great good to the soul, because it purifies it, heals it, and confirms it in the service of God. We ought not therefore to omit confession on the fixed days for any business whatsoever, but go to confession first, and to business afterwards, and the first will help the last. When we go to confession, we ought to persuade ourselves to find Jesus Christ in the person of our confessor. Give me 10 men really detached from the world, and I have the heart to believe I could convert the world with them. He who communicates often as he ought to do brings forth good fruit, the fruit of humility, the fruit of patience, the fruit of all the virtues. 5 penitents ought not to go to confession for temporal ends, to get alms and the like. We ought to make no account of an honest person, notwithstanding that he may possess other virtues. 7, the Holy Spirit says a relates to pastor. He who hears and obeys his superiors hears and obeys me, and he who despises them despises and disobeys me. If the servant of God would fain walk with more security through so many snares scattered in every place, he should have our Blessed Lady as his mediatrix with her son. The sick man may desire to get well, provided he feels his desire always with an if it please God. If it is good for my soul, for we can do many good things in health which sickness hinders us from doing. 10 in sickness we ought to ask God to give us patience, because it often happens that when a man gets well, he not only does not do the good he proposed to do when he was sick, but he multiplies his sins and his ingratitude. Mole is a blind rat which always stays in the ground. It eats earth and hollows it out, but is never satisfied with it. So is the avaricious man or woman. 12 penitents should never make vows without the advice of their spiritual fathers. If we do make such vows, it is best to make them conditionally. For example, I make a vow to have 2 masses said on S. Lucy's day, with this bargain: if I can, if I do not forget it, because if I do not remember it, I do not wish to be bound. I do not wish to be bound. I do not wish to be bound. When a man has to buy anything, he ought not to do so because he is moved by an attachment to the thing, but from want and necessity, for it will never do to buy attachments. 15, certain little voluntary attachments of self-love must be cut through, and then we must dig round them and then remove the earth till we get down deep enough to find a place where they are rooted and interlaced together. 16, a person must be ready to endure with through a virtuous motive. He is mortified by others, and even when God permits him to be in bad odor with others and regarded and driven away as an infected sheep. 17, our enemy, the devil, who fights with us in order to vanquish us, seeks to disunite us in our houses and to breed quarrels, dislikes, contests, and rivalries, because while we are fighting with each other, he comes and conquers us and makes us more securely his own. 18, he who does not think on the benefits he received from God in this life, and on those greater ones his mercy has prepared in that other life of bliss, does not nourish love to God, but kills and freezes it. 19, if a soul could altogether abstain from venial sins, the greatest pain it could have would be to be detained in this life. So great would its desire be of union with God. 20, in the persecutions which bad men excite against piety and devotion, we must keep our eyes on God, whom we serve, and on the testimony of a good conscience. 21, how patiently Christ, the King and Lord of heaven and earth, bore with the apostles, enduring at their hands many incivilities and misbeliefs, they being but poor and rough fishermen. How much more ought we to bear with our neighbor if he treats us with incivility? What a pity! We must give ourselves to God altogether. 23, God makes all his own, the soul that is wholly given to it. not a particular feeling of devotion on the chief feasts of the year. Let us reflect that the word left heaven and stoop to become man for us. 26. Besides pardoning those who persecute us, we ought to feel pity for the delusion they are laboring under. 27. To one who really loves God, there is nothing more harassing or burdensome than life. The great thing is to become saints. In order to enter paradise, we must be well justified and well purified. Let the young man look after the flesh, and the old man after avarice, and we shall all be saints together. Where there is no great mortification, there is no great sanctity.
The sanctity of a man lies in the breadth of 3 fingers.
The forehead.
That is to say, in mortifying the understanding, which would fain reason upon things.
He who really wishes to become a saint must never defend himself, except in a few rare cases, but always acknowledge himself in fault, even when what is alleged against him is untrue.
What we know of the virtues of the saints is the least part of them.
The relics of the saints ought to be venerated, and we may laudably keep them in our room, but it is not well, unless for some grave occasion, to wear them on our persons, because it will often happen then that they are not treated with all the respect which is becoming. 9. The old patriarchs possessed riches and had wives and children, but they lived without defiling their affections with these things, although they possessed them, because they only allowed themselves the use of them, and were ready to abandon them in whatever way the majesty of God might require of them.
10.
We ought to pray God importunately to increase in us every day the light and heat of his goodness.
11.
It is an old custom with the servants of God always to have some little prayers ready, and to be darting them up to heaven frequently during the day, lifting their minds to God from out of the filth of this world. He who adopts this plan will get great fruit with little pains.
12 tribulations, if we bear them patiently, for the love of God appear bitter at first, but they grow sweet when one gets accustomed to the taste.
The man who loves God with a true heart and prizes him above all things sometimes sheds floods of tears and prayer, and has an abundance of favors and spiritual feelings coming upon him with such vehemence that he is forced to cry out, Lord, let me be quiet. But a man ought not to seek for these sweetnesses and sensible devotions forcibly, for he will be easily deluded by the devil and will run a risk of injuring his health. When the soul lies resignedly in the hands of God and is contented with the divine pleasure, it is in good hands and has the best security that good will happen to it.
To be entirely conformed and resigned to the divine will is truly a road in which we cannot get wrong, and is the only road which leads us to taste and enjoy that peace which sensual and earthly men know nothing of.
17. Resignation is all in all to the sick man. He ought to say to God, Lord, if you want me, here I am, although I have never done any good. Do with me what you will. 18. Never make a noise of any sort in church, except for the greatest necessity. 19. Patience is necessary for the servant of God, and we must not be distressed in trouble, but wait for consolation.
20.
When seculars have once chosen their secular state, let them persevere in it, and in the devout exercises which they have begun, and in their works of charity, and they shall have contentment of their death.
21.
The vocation to the religious life is one of the great benefits which the Mother of God obtains from her Son for those who are devoted to her.
22.
There is nothing more dangerous in the spiritual life than to wish to rule ourselves after our own way of thinking.
21.
Among the things we ought to ask of God is perseverance in well-doing and in serving the Lord, because if we only have patience and persevere in the good life we have begun to lead, we shall acquire a most eminent degree of spirituality. Sorry, he is perfect in the school of Christ, who despises being despised, rejoices in self-contempt, and accounts himself to be very nothingness. The way which God takes with the souls that love him, by allowing them to be tempted and to fall into tribulations, is a true espousal between himself and them. Teddy. In passing from a bad state to a good one, there is no need of counsel, but in passing from a good one to a better time, counsel and prayer must go to decision. We must continually pray to God for the conversion of sinners, thinking of the joy there is in heaven both to God and the angels in the conversion of each separate sinner. To speak of ourselves without cause, saying, I have said, I have done, incapacitates us from receiving spiritual consolations. We ought to desire to be in such a condition as to want sixpence and not be able to get it. Let us despise gold, silver, jewels, and all that the blind and cheated world vainly and ignorantly prizes. Let us learn here below to give God the confession of praise which we ought to hope to give him in heaven above. He who wishes to go to paradise must be an honest man and a good Christian, and not give heed to dreams. 8 fathers and mothers of families should bring up their children virtuously, looking at them rather as God's children than their own, and to count life and health and all they possess as loans which they hold of God. In saying the Pater Noster, we ought to reflect that we have God for our Father in heaven, and so go on making a sort of meditation of it word by word. Tend to make ourselves disaffected to the things of the world. It is a good thing to think seriously of the end of them, saying to ourselves, and then, 11. The devil, who is a most haughty spirit, is never more completely mastered than by humility of heart and a simple, clear, undisguised manifestation of our sins and temptations to our confessor. 12. We ought not ordinarily to believe prophecies or to desire them, because it is possible there may be many deceits and snares of the devil therein. It is a most useful thing, when we see another doing any spiritual good to his neighbor, to seek by prayer to have a part in that same good which the Lord is working by the hand of another. At communion, we ought to ask for the remedy of the vice to which we feel ourselves most inclined. 15. To him who truly loves God, nothing more displeasing can happen than the lack of occasion to suffer for him. 16. We ought to hate no one, for God never comes where there is no love of our neighbors. We must accept our own death and that of our relations when God shall send it to us, and not desire it at any other time, for it is sometimes necessary that it should happen at that particular moment for the good of our own and their souls. 18. The perfection of a Christian consists in knowing how to mortify himself for the love of Christ. He who desires ecstasies and visions does not know what he is desiring. 20. As for those who run after visions, dreams, and the like, we must lay hold of them by the feet and pull them to the ground by force, lest they should fall into the devil's net, when according to the rules of the fathers and ancient monks, whoever wishes to advance in perfection must hold the world in no reputation. For it is nothing more displeasing to God than our being inflated with self-esteem. When a man knows how to break down his own will and to deny his soul what it desires, he's got a good degree in virtue. When a man falls into any bodily infirmity, he must lie and think and say, God has sent me this sickness because he wishes something of me. I must therefore make up my mind to change my life and become better. When a man has a tribulation sent him from God and is impatient, we may say to him, you are not worthy that God should visit you. You do not deserve so great a good. Poverty and tribulations are given us by God as trials of our fidelity and virtue, as well as to enrich us with more real and lasting riches in heaven. Scruples ought to be most carefully avoided, as they disquiet the mind and make a man melancholy. Let us throw ourselves into the arms of God and be sure that if he wishes anything of us, he will make us good for all he desires us to do for him. Nothing helps a man more than prayer.
Persons who live in the world should persevere in coming to church to hear sermons and remember to read spiritual books, especially the lives of the saints. When temptation comes, a man should remember the sweetnesses he has had in prayer at other times, and he will thus easily master the temptation. Spirituality is usually very great in the beginning, but afterwards the Lord fidgets along in a sorrow, makes
It's as though he would go farther. In such a case we must stand firm and not be disturbed. Because God is then withdrawing his most holy hand of sweetnesses to see if we are strong. And then if we resist and overcome those tribulations and temptations, the sweetnesses and heavenly consolations return. We ought to apply ourselves to the acquisition of virtue, because in the end the whole terminates in greater sweetnesses than before. And the Lord gives us back all our favors and consolations, double five. It is easy to infuse the most fervent devotion into others, even in a short time. But the great matter is to persevere. He who continues in anger, strife, and a bitter spirit has a taste of the air of hell. Seven to obtain the protection of our blessed Lady. And our most urgent wants, it is very useful to say 63 times after the passion of a rosary. Virgin Mary, Mother of God, pray to Jesus for me. Pray to Jesus for me. When we make this prayer to our blessed Lady, we give her every possible praise in the least possible compass, because we call her by her name of Mary. And give her those two great titles of Virgin, a Mother of God, and the name Jesus, the fruit of her most pure womb. The things of this world do not remain constantly with us, for if we do not leave them before we actually die, in death at least we all infallibly depart as empty-handed as we came. Tend to pray well requires the whole man. 11, the discipline and other like things are not to be practiced without the leave of a confessor. He who does it of his own mind will either hurt his constitution or become proud, fancying to himself that he has done some great thing. 12, God takes a special delight in the humility of a man who believes that he has not yet begun to do any good. 13, before going to confession or taking counsel with our director, it will be very useful to pray for a sincere goodwill to become a really holy man. 14, he who runs away from one cross will meet a bigger one on his road. 15, Christ died for sinners, we must take our therefore and hope that paradise will be ours, provided only we repent of our sins and do good. Never let a sick man set himself to reason with the devil, otherwise he will inevitably be taken in. Let him appeal to his ghostly father, of whom the devil stands in mortal fear. 17, he who serves God must do the best he cannot to receive the reward of his labors in this world. In giving alms to the poor, we must act as good ministers of the providence of God. 19, he who feels that the vice of avarice has got hold of him should not wish to observe fasts of supererogation, but to give alms. 20, perfection cannot be attained without the greatest toil. 21, as soon as we are stripped of the sordid garb of avarice, we shall be clothed with the royal and imperial vest of the opposite virtue, liberality. Even in the midst of the crowd, we can be going on to perfection. 23, not everything which is better in itself is better for each man in particular. 24, be devout to the Madonna, keep yourself from sin, and God will deliver you from your evils. 25, if we wish to keep peace with our neighbors, we should never remind anyone of his natural reflex. We must sometimes bear with little defects in others, as we have against our own will to bear with natural defects in ourselves. 25, and a rank or a trust like their equals, and be accompanied by servants, as the state requires, but modesty should go along. remember to think of ourselves first.
Persons who live in the world should persevere in coming to church to hear sermons and remember to read spiritual books, especially the lives of the saints. When temptation comes, a man should remember the sweetnesses he has had in prayer at other times, and he will thus easily master the temptation. The fervor of spirituality is usually very great in the beginning, but afterwards the more thing it's a longer silence. Makes as though we would go farther. In such a case we must stand firm, not be disturbed, because God is then withdrawing his most holy hand of sweetnesses to see if we are strong, and then if we resist and overcome those tribulations and temptations, the sweetnesses and heavenly consolations return. We ought to apply ourselves to the acquisition of virtue, because in the end the whole terminates in greater sweetnesses than before, and the Lord gives us back all our favors and consolations double five. It is easy to infuse the most fervent devotion into others, even in a short time, but the great matter is to persevere. He who continues in anger, strife, and a bitter spirit has a taste of the air of hell to obtain the protection of our Blessed Lady in our most urgent wants. It is very useful to say 63 times, after the fashion of a rosary, Virgin Mary, Mother of God, pray to Jesus for me. When we make this prayer to our Blessed Lady, we give her every possible praise in the least possible compass, because we call her by her name of Maui and give her those two great titles of Virgin and Mother of God, and the name Jesus, the fruit of her most pure womb. The things of this world do not remain constantly with us, for if we do not leave them before we actually die, in death at least we all infallibly depart as empty-handed as we came. To pray what requires the whole man. 11. The discipline and other like things ought not to be practiced without the leave of our confessor. He who does it on his own mind will either hurt his constitution or become proud, fancying to himself that he has done some great thing. 12. God takes a special delight in the humility of a man who believes that he has not yet begun to do any good. 13. Before going to confession or taking counsel with a director, it will be very useful to pray for a sincere goodwill to become a really holy man. 14. He who runs away from one cross will meet a bigger one on his road. 15. Christ died for sinners, we must take heart therefore and hope that paradise will be ours, provided only we repent of our sins and do good. 16. Never let a sick man set himself to reason with the devil, otherwise he will inevitably be taken in. Let him appeal to his ghostly father, of whom the devil stands in mortal fear. 17. He who serves God must do the best he can not to receive the reward of his labors in this world. 18. In giving alms to the poor, we must act as good ministers of the providence of God. 19. He who feels that the vice of avarice has got hold of him should not wish to observe fast of supererogation, but to give alms. 20. Perfection cannot be attained without the greatest toil. 21. As soon as we are stripped of the sordid garb of avarice, we shall be clothed with the royal and imperial vest of the opposite virtue, liberality. Student in the midst of the crowd, we can be going on to perfection. 23. Not everything which is better in itself is better for each man in particular. 24. Be devout to the Madonna. Keep yourself from sin, and God will deliver you from your evils. 25. If we wish to keep peace with our neighbors, we should never remind anyone of his natural defects. 26. We must sometimes bear with little defects in others, as we have against our own will to bear with natural defects in ourselves. 27. Men of rank ought to dress like their equals and be accompanied by servants, as their state requires, but modesty should go along with it all. 28. We should not be quick at correcting others,
but rather to think of ourselves first. Saint Peter and the other apostles and apostolical men, seeing the Son of God born in poverty and then living so absolutely without anything that he had not where to lay his head, and contemplating him dead and naked on a cross, stripped themselves also of all things and took the road of the evangelical counsel. Oh, yeah. Nothing unites the soul to God more closely or breeds contempt of the world sooner than being harassed and distressed. In this life there is no purgatory. It is either hell or paradise. For him who serves God truly, every trouble and infirmity turns into consolations. And through all kinds of trouble he has a paradise within himself. Even in this world. He who does not serve God truly and gives himself up to sensuality has one hell in this world and another in the next. Oh, yeah. To get good from reading the lives of the saints and other spiritual books, we are not to read out of curiosity or skillingly. With pauses, and when we feel ourselves warm, we ought not to pass on, but to stop and follow up the spirit which is stirring in us. When we feel it no longer then, to pursue our reading, ought to begin and end well. Devotion to our Blessed Lady, Mother of God, is nothing less than indispensable. We have no time to go to sleep here, for paradise was not made for poltroons. We must have confidence in God, who is what He always has been. And we must not be disheartened because things turn out contrary to us. Amen. Should not change from a good state of life to another, although it may be better without taking grave counsel. And let everyone stay at home, that is, within himself, and sit in judgment on his own actions, without going abroad to investigate and criticize those of others. 10. Oh, yeah. True servants of God endure life and desire death, and never may be better without taking grave counsel. Oh, yeah. not wish to do everything at once or become a saint in 4 days. 20 in our clothes, we are like Bernard to love poverty, but not filthiness. 21, he who wishes to advance in spirituality should never slur over his defects negligently without particular examination of conscience, even independent of the time of sacramental confession. 22, a man should not so attach himself to the means as to forget the end. Neither must we give ourselves so much to mortify the flesh as to forget to mortify the brain, which is the chief thing after all. 23, we ought to desire the virtues of prelates, cardinals, and popes, but not their dignities. 24, the skin of self-love is fastened strongly on our hearts, and it hurts us to play it off. And the more we get down to the quick, the more Saint Peter and the other apostles, and that apostolical man, seeing the Son of God born in poverty, and then living so absolutely without anything that he had not where to lay his head, and contemplating him dead and naked on a cross, stripped themselves also of all things, and took the road of the evangelical counsels. To nothing unite the soul to God more closely, or breeds contempt of the world sooner than being harassed and distressed. In this life there is no purgatory, it is either hell or paradise. For to him who serves God truly, every trouble and infirmity turns into consolations, and through all kinds of trouble he has a paradise within himself, even in this world. And he who does not serve God truly gives himself up to sensuality, has one hell in this world and another in the next, to get good from reading the lives of the saints and other spiritual books we ought not to read out of curiosity or skimmingly, but with pauses. And when we feel ourselves warmed, we ought not to pass on, but to stop and follow up the spirit which is stirring in us. And when we feel it no longer there to pursue our reading, 5 to begin, and then, well, devotion to our Blessed Lady, the Mother of God, is nothing less than indispensable. We have no time to go to sleep here, for paradise was not made for poltroons. We must have confidence in God, who is what he always has been. We must not be disheartened because things turn out contrary to us. 8 men should not change from a good state of life to another, although it may be better without taking grave counsel. Let everyone stay at home, that is, within himself, and sit in judgment on his own actions, without going abroad to investigate and criticize those of others. Tell the true servants of God endure life and desire death in heaven. There is not a finer thing on earth than to make a virtue of necessity. 12 to preserve our cheerfulness amid sicknesses and troubles is a sign of a right and good spirit. A man should not ask tribulations of God, presuming on his being able to bear them. There should be the greatest possible caution in this matter, for he who bears what God sends him daily does not do a small thing. They who have been exercised in the service of God for a long time may in their prayers imagine all sorts of insults offered to them, such as blows, wounds, and the like, and so so in order to imitate Christ by their charity, may accustom their hearts beforehand to forgive real injuries when they come. 15, let us think of Mary. She is that unspeakable virgin, the glorious lady, who conceived and brought forth, without detriment to her virginity, him whom the width of the heavens cannot contain within itself. Cannot contain within itself. Cannot contain within itself. The true servants of God acknowledges no other country but heaven. 17. When God infuses extraordinary sweetnesses into the soul, a man ought to prepare for some serious tribulation or temptation. 18. When we have these extraordinary sweetnesses, we ought to ask of God fortitude to bear whatever he may please to send us, and then to stand very much upon our guard, because there is danger of sin behind. 19. One of the most excellent means of obtaining perseverance is discretion. We must not wish to do everything at once or become a saint in 4 days. 20. In our clothes we ought, like Esper and Art, to love poverty, but not filthiness. 21. He who wishes to advance in spirituality should never slur over his defects negligently without particular examination of conscience, even independent of the time of sacramental confession. Confession. Man should not so attach himself to the means as to forget the end. Neither must we give ourselves so much to mortify the flesh as to forget to mortify the brain, which is the chief thing after all. 20. Roar! We ought to desire the virtues of prelates, cardinals, and popes, but not their dignities. The skin of self-love is fastened strongly on our hearts, and it hurts us to flay it off. And the more we get down to the quick, the more keen and difficult it is. 25. This first step, which we ought to have taken of ourselves already, we have always in our mind, yet never put it in execution. 20 work. A man ought to set about putting his good resolutions in practice and not change them lightly. We must not omit our ordinary devotions for every trifling occasion that may come in the way, such as going to confession on our fixed days, and particularly hearing mass on weekdays. If we wish to go out walking or anything of that sort, let us make our confession and perform our usual exercises first, and then go. It is very useful for those who minister the word of God or give themselves up to prayer to read the works of authors whose names begin with S, such as St. Augustine, St. Bernard, and Saint. 21. Nothing more glorious can happen to a Christian than to suffer for Christ. We ought to make no account of abstinences and fasts when there is self-will in the matter. And to our Blessed Lady is the dispenser of all the favors which the goodness of God concedes to the sons of Adam. In seeking for counsel it is necessary sometimes to hear what our inferiors think and to recommend ourselves to their prayers. A man ought never to say one word in his own praise, however true it may be, no, not even in a joking way. Whenever we do a good work and somebody else takes the credit of it, we ought to rejoice and acknowledge it as a gift from God. Anyhow, we ought not to be sorry, because if others diminish our glory before men, we shall recover it with all the more honor before God. Let us pray God, if he gives us any virtue or any gift, to keep it hidden even from ourselves, that we may preserve our humility and not take occasion of
public places. 9, true medicine to cure us of pride is to keep down and poor touchiness of mind. When a man is reproved for anything, he ought not to take it too much to heart, for we commit a greater fault by our sadness than by the sin for which we are approved. They who, when they have got a little devotion, think they are some great one, are only fit to be laughed at. 12, humility is the true guardian of chastity. When a man is fallen, he ought to acknowledge it in some such way as this. If I had been humble, I should not have fallen. We ought to be pleased to hear that others are advancing in the service of God, especially if they are our relations or friends, and we ought to rejoice that they share in whatever spiritual good we may have ourselves, in order the better to gain souls. In visiting the sick, we ought to imagine that what we do for the sick man we are doing for Christ himself. We shall thus perform this work of mercy with more love and greater spiritual profit. He whose health will not permit him to fast in honor of Christ and our Blessed Lady will please them much more by giving some alms more than usual. Nothing is more dangerous for beginners in the spiritual life than to wish to play the master and to guide and convert others. 18, beginners should look after their own conversion and be humble, lest they should fancy they had done some great thing, and so should fall into pride. If we wish to help our neighbor, we must reserve neither place, hour, or season for ourselves. 20, avoid every kind of singularity, for it is generally the hotbed of pride, especially spiritual pride. A man must not, however, abstain from doing a good work, merely to God out of the way of the temptation to vainglory. 20, the love of God makes us do great things. We may distinguish 3 kinds of vainglory. The first we may call mistress, that is, when vainglory goes before our works, and we work for the sake of it. The second we may call companion, that is, when a man does not do work for the sake of vainglory, but feels complacency in doing it. The third we may call servant, that is, when vainglory rises in our work, but we instantly repress it. Above all things, never let vainglory be mistress. When vainglory is companion, it does not take away our merit, but perfection requires that it should be served. He who works purely for the love of God desires nothing but his honor, and thus is ready in everything, either to act or not to act. And that
which our blessed lady had. For God was so great that she suffered keenly through her desire of union with him. Hence the eternal Father, to console her, sent her his only and beloved Son. If you wish to come where I am going, that is to glory, you must come this road. That is through thorns before communion. We ought to exercise ourselves in many acts of virtue. Prayer and communion are not to be made or desired for the sake of the devotion we feel in them. For that is seeking self and not God. But we must be frequent in both the one and the other in order to become humble, obedient, gentle, and patient. 5. When we see these virtues in a man, then we know that he has really gathered the fruit of prayer and of communion. Our sweet Jesus, through the excess of his love and liberality, has left himself to us in the most holy sacrament. Let all go to the Eucharistic table with a great desire for that sacred food. Sit-yen, 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 sit-yen. Hate to feel any displeasure because we are refused. The communion is a sign of hardness, pride, and a want of mortification. 9. Those who are going to communion should prepare themselves for more temptations than usual. For the Lord will not have us stand idle. It is a good thing during the week that follows our communion day to do something more than usual. For example, to say Five Our Fathers and Hail Marys with our arms extended, or an extra rosary 11. It is not a good thing to load ourselves with many spiritual exercises. It is better to undertake a little and go on with it. For if the devil can persuade us to omit an exercise once, he will easily get us to omit it the second time. And the third, until at last all our pious practices will melt away. 12. We must take care of little faults, for he who once begins to go backward and to make light of such defects brings a sort of grossness over his conscience, and then goes wrong altogether. 13. The servant of God ought to seek knowledge, but never to show it or make a parade of it. And let us always go to confession with sincerity, and take this as our rule, never out of human respect to conceal anything from our confessor, however inconsiderable it may be. 15. He who conceals a grave sin in confession is completely in the devil's hands. 16. Penitents should not generally change their confessors nor confessors be forward to receive the penitence of others. A few particular cases excepted. 17. When a person who has been living a spiritual life for a long time falls into a serious fault, there is no better way of raising him up again than by exhorting him to manifest his fault to any pious friend with whom he has a particular intimacy. And God will reconduct him to his first estate for the sake of his humility. For young men to make sure of persevering, it is absolutely necessary that they should avoid wicked companions. And be familiar with good wine. In the spiritual life there are 3 degrees. The first may be called the animal life. This is the life of those who run after sensible devotion, which God generally gives to beginners. sensible object. 20. The second degree may be called the human life. This is the life of those who do not experience any sensible sweetness, but by the help of virtue combat their own passions. 21. The third degree may be called the angelic life. This is the life which they come to, who, having been exercised for a long time in the taming of their own passions, from God a quiet, tranquil, and almost angelic life. Even in this world, feeling no trouble or repugnance in anything. 22 of these 3 degrees, it is well to persevere in the second. Because the Lord will grant the third in his own good time. 23. We must not be too ready to trust young men who have great devotion. We must wait till their wings are grown, and then see what sort of a flight they make. 24. Outward mortifications are a great help towards the acquisition of interior mortification and the other virtue. 25. You cannot put up with the loss of his honor, can never make any advance in spiritual things. 25. It is generally better to give the body rather too much food than rather too little, for the too much can be easily subtracted. But when a man has injured his constitution by the too little, it is not so easy to get right again. 25. The devil has a crafty custom of sometimes urging spiritual persons to penances and mortification, in order that by going indiscreet lets in this way. The love which our Blessed Lady had for God was so great that she suffered keenly through her desire of union with him. Hence the Eternal Father, to console her, sent her his only and beloved Son. If you wish to come where I am going, that is to glory, you must come this road. That is through thorns. Before communion, we ought to exercise ourselves in many acts of virtue. Prayer and communion are not to be made or desired for the sake of the devotion we feel in them. For that is seeking self and not God. But we must be frequent in both the one and the other in order to become humble, obedient, gentle, and patient. When we see these virtues in a man, then we know that he has really gathered the fruit of prayer and of communion. Our sweet Jesus, through the excess of his love and liberality, has left himself to us in the most holy sacrament. Let all go to the Eucharistic table with a great desire for that sacred food. Seats yet, to feel any displeasure, because we are refused the communion, is a sign of hardiness, pride, and a want of mortification. Those who are going to communion should prepare themselves for more temptations than usual, for the Lord will not have us stand idle. It is a good thing, during the week that follows our communion day, to do something more than usual. For For example, to say 5 Our Fathers and Hail Marys with our arms extended, or an extra rosary.
It is not a good thing to load ourselves with many spiritual exercises.
It is better to undertake a little and go on with it. For if the devil can persuade us to omit an exercise once, he will easily get us to omit it the second time, and the third, until at last all our pious practices will melt away.
Well, we must take care of little faults.
For he who once begins to go backward,
And to make light of such defects brings a sort of grossness over his conscience, and then goes wrong altogether. 13, the servant of God ought to seek knowledge, but never to show it or make a parade of it.
14, let us always go to confession with sincerity.
Take this as our rule, never out of human respect to conceal anything from our confessor.
How wet and inconsiderable it may be,
15, he who conceals a grave sin in confession
is completely in the devil's hands.
16, penitents should not generally change their confessor.
Nor confessors be forward to receive the penitence of others.
A few particular cases accepted.
17,
When a person who has been living a spiritual life for a long time falls into a serious fault,
there is no better way of raising him up again than by exhorting him to manifest his fall to any pious friend with whom he has a particular intimacy.
and God will reconduct him to his first estate for the sake of his humility.
18,
For young men to make sure of persevering, it is absolutely necessary that they should avoid wicked companions and be familiar with good ones.
19, in the spiritual life, there are 3 degrees. The first may be called the animal life. This is the life of those who run after sensible devotion, which God generally gives to beginners, to allure them onwards by that sweetness to the spiritual life.
Just as an animal is drawn on by a sensible object,
20,
second degree may be called the human life.
this is the life of those who do not experience any sensible
But
sweetness.
by the help of virtue combat their own passions.
20, when the third degree may be called the angelic life.
This is the life which they come to who haven't been exercised for a long time in the taming of their own passions.
See from God a quiet, tranquil, and almost angelic life.
Even in this world, feeling no trouble or repugnance in anything.
14,
Of these 3 degrees, it is well to persevere in the second.
because the Lord will grant the third in his own good time.
20, we must not be too ready to trust young men who have great devotion.
We must wait till their wings are grown.
And see what sort of a flight they make.
20,
Outward mortifications are a great help towards the acquisition of interior mortification.
and the other virtues.
My king, he who cannot put up with the loss of his honor,
Can never make any advance in spiritual things.
so it is generally better to give the body rather too much food than rather too little.
For the too much can be easily subtracted.
But when a man has injured his constitution by the too little,
It is not so easy to get right again.
20. The devil has a crafty custom of sometimes urging spiritual persons to penances and mortification.
In order that by going in discreet lengths in this way, they may so weaken themselves as to be unable to attend to good works of greater importance, or be so intimidated by the sickliness they have brought upon themselves as to abandon their customary devotions, and at last turn their backs on the service of God. every day. Instead of asking pardon for his sins, he is calling down vengeance upon them.
3 men are generally the carpenters of their own crosses.
Let us concentrate ourselves so completely in the divine love, and enter so far into the living fountain of wisdom through the wounded side of our incarnate God,
that we may deny ourselves and our self-love, and so be unable to find our way out of that wound again.
We must not give up praying and asking, because we do not get what we ask all at once.
He who is unable to spend a long time together in prayer should often lift up his mind to God by ejaculations.
We must often remember what Christ said, that not he who begins, but he that perseveres to the end shall be saved.
We ought to abhor every kind of affectation, whether in talking, dressing, or anything else.
9. When a scrupulous person has once made up his mind that he has not consented to a temptation,
he must not reason the matter over again to see whether he has really consented or not, for the same temptations often return by making this sort of reflections.
If those who are molested by scruples wish to know whether they have consented to a suggestion or not,
especially in thoughts, they should see whether, during the temptation, they have always had a lively love to the virtue opposed to the vice in respect of which they were tempted, and hatred to that same vice, and this is mostly a good proof that they have not consented.
11.
The scrupulous should remit themselves always and in everything to the judgment of their confessor, and accustom themselves to have a contempt for their own scruples.
12 scruples are an infirmity which will make a truce with a man, but very rarely peace. Humility alone comes off conquer over them.
13. Even in bodily indisposition, spiritual remedies are the most helpful.
As much love as we give to creatures, just so much we steal from the Creator.
15. Penitents ought never to force their confessor to give them leave to do anything against his inclination.
16. He who has the slightest taint of avarice about him will never make the least advance in virtue.
17. Avarice is the pest of the soul.
18. Experience shows that men given to carnal sins are converted sooner than those who are given to avarice.
19. He who wishes for goods will never have devotion.
20. All sins are highly displeasing to God, but above all sensuality and avarice, which are very difficult to cure.
21. We must always pray God not to let the spirit of avarice domineer over us, but that we may live detached from the affections of this world.
25. Nothing in the world to please us. We ought to be pleased by this very not finding anything to please us.
23. He who wishes to attain to perfection must have no attachment to anything.
24. It is a good thing to leave the world and our possessions to serve God, but it is not enough.
25. The greatness of our love of God must be tested by the desire we have of suffering for his love.
Let us strive after purity of heart, for the Holy Spirit dwells in candid and simple minds.
27. The Holy Spirit is the master of prayer and causes us to abide in continual peace and cheerfulness, which is a foretaste of paradise.
28. If we wish the Holy Spirit to teach us how to pray, we must practice humility and obedience.
29. The fruit we ought to get from prayer is to do what is pleasing to the Lord.
30. A virtuous life consists in mortifying vices, sins, bad thoughts, and evil affections, and in exercising ourselves in the acquisition of holy virtues.
Let us be humble and keep ourselves down.
Obedience, humility, detachment. To acquire and preserve the virtue of chastity, we have need of a good and experienced confessor. Let a man who desires the first place take the last. As soon as a man feels that he is tempted, he should fly to God and devoutly utter that ejaculation which the fathers of the desert so much esteemed. Deus in agitorium meum intendi, Domini ad adjuvandum me festina, or that verse, cor mundum crea in me Deus. When sensual thoughts come into the mind, we ought immediately
to make use of our minds and fix them instantaneously upon something or other. No matter what, never say what great things the saints do, but what great things God does in his saints. In the warfare of the flesh, only cowards gain the victory. That is to say, those who fly. We should be less alarmed for one who is tempted in the flesh and who resists by avoiding the occasions, than for one who is not tempted and is not careful to avoid the occasions. When a person puts himself in an occasion of sin, saying, I shall not fall, I shall not commit it, it is an almost infallible sign that he will fall, and with all the greater damage to his soul. It is a most useful thing to say often and from the heart, Lord, do not put any confidence in me, for I am sure to fall if thou dost not help me, or, oh my Lord, look for nothing but evil from me. In temptation we ought not to say, I will do, I will say, for it is a species of presumption and self-confidence. We ought rather to say with humility, I know what I ought to do, but I do not know what I shall do. The stench of impurity before God and the angels is so great that no stench in the world can equal it. 12, we must not trust in ourselves, but take the advice of our spiritual Father and recommend ourselves to everybody's prayers. 13, we must avoid lies as we would a pestilence. When we go to confession, we should accuse ourselves of our worst sins first, and of those things which we are most ashamed of, because by this means we put the devil to greater confusion and reap more fruit from our confession. 15, one of the very best means of obtaining humility is sincere and frequent confession. In trying to get rid of bad habits, it is of the greatest importance not to put off going to confession after a fall, and also to keep to the same confessor. In visiting the dying, we should not say many words to them, but rather help them by praying for them. 18, a sick man should make God a present of his will. And if it turns out that he has to suffer for a long time, he must submit to the divine will. The sick man must not fear when he is tempted to lose confidence, for if he has sinned, Christ has suffered and paid for him. 20, let the sick man enter into the sight of Jesus and his most holy wounds. Let him not be afraid, but combat manfully, and he will come forth victorious. The true way to advance in holy virtues is to persevere in a holy cheerfulness. 22, the cheerful are much easier to guide in the spiritual life than the melancholy. Those who wish to enter upon the religious life should first of all mortify themselves for a long time, and particularly mortify their will and things to which they have the greatest repugnance. 24, excessive sadness seldom springs from any other source than pride. 25, charity and cheerfulness, or charity and humility, should be our motto. ejaculation which the fathers of the desert so much esteemed. Deus in agitatorium melmen tendi, Domine ad adjuvandum me festina. Or that verse cormundum crea in me Deus. When sensual thoughts come into the mind, we ought immediately to make use of our minds and fix them instantaneously upon something or other, no matter what. Never say what great things the saints do, but what great things God does in his saints. In the warfare of the flesh, only cowards gain the victory. That is to say, those who fly. We should be less alarmed for one who is tempted in the flesh and who resists by avoiding the occasions than for one who is not tempted and is not careful to avoid the occasions. When a person puts himself in an occasion of sin, saying, I shall not fall, I shall not commit it, it is an almost infallible sign that he will fall, and with all the greater damage to his soul. It is a most useful thing to say often and from the heart, Lord, do not put any confidence in me, for I am sure to fall if thou dost not help me. Or, oh my Lord, look for nothing but evil from me. In temptation we ought not to say, I will do, I will say, for it is a species of presumption and self-confidence. We ought rather to say with humility, I know what I ought to do, but I do not know what I shall do. The stench of impurity before God and the angels is so great that no stench in the world can equal it. We must not trust in ourselves, but take the advice of our spiritual father and recommend ourselves to everybody's prayers. We must avoid lies as we would a pestilence. When we go to confession, we should accuse ourselves of our worst sins first, and of those things which we are most ashamed of, because by this means we put the devil to greater confusion and reap more fruit from our confession. 15:1 of the very best means of obtaining humility is sincere and frequent confession. In trying to get rid of bad habits, it is of the greatest importance not to put off going to confession after a fall, and also to keep to the same confessor. In visiting the dying, we should not say many words to them, but rather help them by praying for them. 18, a sick man should make God a present of his will, and if it turns out that he has to suffer for a long time, he must submit to the divine will. The sick man must not fear when he is tempted to lose confidence, for if he has sinned, Christ has suffered and paid for him. 20, let the sick man enter side of Jesus and his most holy wounds. Let him not be afraid, but combat manfully, and he will come forth victorious. The true way to advance in holy virtues is to persevere in a holy cheerfulness. The cheerful are much easier to guide in the spiritual life than the melancholy. 20 see thee necessary to be cheerful, but we must not on that account give in to a buffooning spirit. One of the very best means of obtaining humility is sincere and frequent confession. In trying to get rid of bad habits, it is of the greatest importance not to put off going to confession after a fall, and also to keep to the same confessor. In visiting the dying, we should not say many words to them, but rather help them by praying for them.
We must never pray for a favor for anyone, except conditionally, saying, if it please God or the like. When a spiritual person feels a great calmness of mind in asking anything of God, it is a good sign that God either has granted it or will do so shortly. 3A man ought never to think he has done any good, or rest contented with any degree of perfection he may have attained. Because Christ has given us the type of our perfection in putting before us the perfection of the eternal Father. Be ye perfect, even as your heavenly Father is perfect. The sweetness which some experience in prayer is milk which our Lord gives as a relish to those who are just beginning to serve Him. To leave out prayer when we are called to do some act of charity for our neighbor is not really a quitting of prayer, but leaving Christ for Christ, that is, depriving ourselves of spiritual sweetnesses in order to gain souls. It is good for a man to go from prayer rather with an appetite and desire to return to it, than satiated and weary. The wisdom of the scriptures is learned rather by prayer than by study. Aid a diligent charity in ministering to the sick is a compendious way to the acquisition of perfect virtue. 9, let women remain indoors and look after their families, and not be desirous of going into public. We must pray incessantly for the gift of perseverance. We must not leave off our prayers because of distractions and restlessness of mind, although it seems useless to go on with them. He who perseveres for the whole of his accustomed time, gently recalling his mind to the subject of his prayer, merits greatly. If in times of dryness in prayer we make acts of humility, self-knowledge, protestations of our own inability to help ourselves, and petitions for God's assistance, all this is real and substantial prayer. 13, the best remedy for dryness of spirit is to picture ourselves as beggars in the presence of God and the saints, and like a beggar to go first to one saint, then to another to ask spiritual alms of them with the same earnestness as a poor fellow in the streets would ask an alms of us. We may ask a spiritual alms even corporally, by going first to the church of one saint, and then to the church of another to make our petition. Without prayer, a man will not persevere long in spirituality. We must have recourse to this most powerful means of salvation every day. If young men wish to protect themselves from all danger of impurity, let them never retire to their own rooms immediately after dinner. either to read or write or do anything else, but let them remain in conversation. Because at that time the devil is wont to assault us with more than usual vehemence. And this is that demon which is called in Scripture the noonday demon, and from which holy David prayed to be delivered. If young men would preserve their purity, let them avoid bad company. 18, let them also avoid nourishing their bodies delicately. It is God's custom to interweave human life with a trouble and a consolation, at least of an interior sort alternately. 20 young men should be very careful to avoid idleness. 21, when fathers have given their sons a good education and put everything clearly and distinctly in train for them, the sons who succeed them and continue to follow the road marked out for them will have the advantage of seeing their family persevere in holy ways and in the fear of God. In order to preserve their purity, young men should frequent the sacraments, especially confession. We must never trust ourselves, for it is the devil's way first to get us to feel secure and then to make us fall. We ought to fear and fly temptations of the flesh, even in sickness and in old age itself, nay, and so long as we can open and shut our eyelids. For the spirit of incontinence gives no truce either to place, time, or person. Our sweet Christ, the Word incarnate, has given himself to us for everything that was necessary for us, even to the hard and ignominious death upon the cross. One of the most efficacious means of keeping ourselves chaste is to have compassion for those who fall through their frailty and never to boast in the least of being free. But with all humility to acknowledge that whatever we have is from the mercy of God. To be without pity for other men's falls is an evident sign that we shall fall ourselves shortly. In the matter of purity, there is no greater danger than the not fearing the danger. When a man does not distrust himself and is without fear, it is all over with him. He who wishes to be wise without the true wisdom, or saved without the Savior, is not well, but sick is not wise, but a fool. True devotion to the Blessed Virgin is actually necessary, because there is no better means of obtaining God's graces than through his most holy mother. Holy mother. Free man should force himself to be obedient, even in little things which appear of no moment, because he will not render the practice of obedience in great matters easy to himself. He who always acts under obedience may rest assured that he will not have to give an account of his actions to God. Perfection does not consist in such outward things as shedding tears and the like, but in true and solid virtues. 6 tears are no sign that a man is in the grace of God. Neither must we infer that one who weeps when he speaks of holy and devout things necessarily leads a holy life. 7, gentleness strengthens the heart and makes us persevere in a good life. Wherefore the servant of God ought always to be in good spirits. When a man is freed from a temptation or any other distress, let him take great care to show fitting gratitude to God for the benefit he has received. We must accept the adversities which God sends us without reasoning too much upon them, and we must take for granted that it is the best thing which can happen to us. Instead, we must always remember that God does everything well, although we may not see the reason of what he does. Everyone ought to give in, better really, to the opinion of another, to argue in favor of another and against himself, and take things in good parts where there's nothing more to the purpose, for reciting a spirit of prayer than the reading of spiritual books. 13. Let a man frequent the holy sacraments, go to sermons, and be often reading the lives of saints. Let a man always think that he is God before his eyes. When a man is in an occasion of sin, let him look what he is doing, get himself out of the occasion and avoid this world. There is nothing good in this world. Fighting does, fighting does. It's all your fighting does. 17, we must die at last. 18, dinner not go down into hell while he is alive. Runs a great risk of going there after he is dead. 20, the greatest help to perseverance in the spiritual life is the habit of prayer, especially under the direction of our confessor. 21, there is nothing the devil fears so much, or so much tries to hinder his prayer. And an excellent method of preserving ourselves from relapsing into serious faults is to say every evening, tomorrow I may be dead. 23, a man without prayer is an animal without the use of reason. The religious state is indeed the highest, but it is not suitable for all. 25, a most excellent means of learning how to pray is to acknowledge ourselves unworthy of such a benefit and to put ourselves entirely into the hands of the Lord. 26, the true preparation for prayer consists in the exercise of mortification. For he who wishes to give himself up to prayer without mortification is like a bird wishing to fly before it is fledged. We can never arrive at the captain of life if we do not first exercise ourselves laboriously in the active life. 21. We must exercise the spirit which God gives us in prayer and follow that, so that when, for example, it inclines us to meditate on the passion, we must not wish to meditate on some other mystery. 21. When a person goes to communion, he ought to follow the same spirit he had in prayer and not be casting about for new meditations. Well, when shall we have a mind to begin to do good? Tu nulla dies sine linea. Do not let a day pass without doing some good during it. We must not be behind time in doing good, for death will not be behind his time. For happy is the youth, because he has time before him to do good. It is well to choose some one good devotion, and to stick to it, and never to abandon it. He who wishes for anything but Christ does not know what he wishes. He who asks for anything but Christ does not know what he is asking. He who works and not for Christ does not know what he is doing. Let no one wear a mask, otherwise he will do ill, and if he has one, let him burn it. Spiritual persons ought to be equally ready to experience sweetness and consolation in the things of God, or to suffer and keep their ground in drynesses of spirit and devotion, and for as long as God pleases without their making any complaint about it. 9, God has no need of men. 10, if God be with us, there is no one else left to fear. He who wishes to be perfectly obeyed should give but few orders. 12, a man should keep himself down and not busy himself in mirabilibus superse. 13, men should often renew their good resolutions and not lose heart because they are tempted against them. 14, the name of Jesus, pronounced with reverence and affection, has a kind of power to soften the heart. 15, obedience is a shortcut to perfection. 16, they who really wish to advance in the ways of God must give themselves up into the hands of their superiors always and in everything, and they who are not living under obedience must subject themselves of their own accord to a learned and discreet confessor, whom they must obey in the place of God, disclosing to him with perfect freedom and simplicity the affairs of their soul, and they should never come to any resolution without his advice. 17. There is nothing which gives greater security to our actions, or more effectually cuts the snares the devil lays for us, than to follow another person's will, rather than our own, in doing good. 18. Before a man chooses his confessor, he ought to think well about it, and pray about it also. But when he has once chosen, he ought not to change, except for most urgent reasons, but put the utmost confidence in his director. When the devil has failed in making a man fall, he puts forward all his energies to create distrust between the penitent and the confessor. And so, by little and little, he gains his end at last. 20, let persons in the world sanctify themselves in their own houses, for neither the court, professions, or labor are any hindrance to the service of God. 20, obedience is the true holocaust which we sacrifice to God on the altar of our hearts. 22, in order to be really obedient, it is not enough to do what obedience commands. We must do it without reasoning upon it. 20, our Blessed Lady ought to be our love and our consolation. 24, the good works which we do of our own will are not so meritorious as those that are done under obedience. 20, the most beautiful prayer we can make is to say to God, as thou knowest and willest, O Lord, so do with me. Many atheists object to the existence of God because their egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need. Many faiths have inclusive and exclusively clauses forbidding the healthy interaction of their members with others of different faiths, forbidding their company, sharing their food, even forbidding love and marriage. Is it not telling that not one of these exclusive faiths forbids the taking of money from those whom they exclude? Space is the vast canvas upon which God sketches out his designs, and upon which he paints his celestial masterpiece. No man, certainly no spiritual leader, dare be entrusted with one's personal spirituality. It is your responsibility and yours alone to work out with mindful intent and critical assessment. To abdicate one's spiritual well-being is a dereliction of one's God-instructed responsibility. Any man that controls another man's spiritual walk does so at the peril to his soul. For God does not bestow this responsibility upon any man or woman, and to assume it is to take on a mantle that not even God assumes. Yeah, that not even God assumes. Atheists object to the existence of God because their egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need. Many faiths have inclusive and exclusory clauses forbidding the healthy interaction of their members with others of different faiths, forbidding their company, sharing their food, even forbidding love and marriage. Is it not telling that not one of these exclusive faiths forbids the taking of money from those whom they exclude? Space is a vast canvas upon which God sketches out his designs, and upon which he paints his celestial masterpiece. No man, certainly no spiritual leader, dare be entrusted with one's personal spirituality. It is your responsibility and yours alone to work out with mindful intent and critical assessment. To abdicate one's spiritual well-being is a dereliction of one's God-instructed responsibility. Any man that controls another man's spiritual walk does so at the peril to his soul. For God does not bestow this responsibility upon any man or woman, and to assume it is to take on a mantle that not even God assumes. Yeah, that not even God assumes. Many atheists object to the existence of God because their egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need. Many faiths have inclusive and exclusory clauses forbidding the healthy direction of their members with others of different faiths, forbidding their company, sharing their food, even forbidding love and marriage. Is it not telling that not one of these exclusive faiths
object to the existence of God because their egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need. Many faiths have inclusive and exclusory clauses forbidding the healthy interaction of their members with others of different faiths, forbidding their company, sharing their food, even forbidding love and marriage. Is it not telling that not one of these exclusive faiths forbids the taking of money from those who they exclude? Space is the vast canvas upon which God sketches out his designs and upon which he paints his celestial masterpiece. No man, certainly no spiritual leader dare be entrusted with one's personal spirituality. It is your responsibility and yours alone, and worked out with mindful intent and critical assessment. To advocate one's spiritual well-being is a dereliction of one's God instructed responsibility. Any man that controls another man's spiritual walk does so. Any man that controls another man's spiritual walk does so. Many atheist objects to the existence of God because their egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need. Find ourselves in need. Many faiths have inclusive and exclusory clauses forbidding the healthy interaction of their members with others of differing faiths, forbidding their company, sharing their food, even forbidding love and marriage. Is it not telling that not one of these exclusive faiths forbids the taking of money from those whom they exclude? From those whom they exclude. Space is the vast canvas upon which God sketches out his designs, and upon which he paints his celestial masterpiece. No man, certainly no spiritual leader, dare be entrusted with one's personal spirituality. It is your responsibility, and yours alone, and worked out with mindful intent and critical assessment. To abdicate one's spiritual well-being is a dereliction of one's God-instructed responsibility. Responsibility, responsibility. Any man that controls another man's spiritual walk, does so at the peril to his soul. For God does not bestow this responsibility upon any man or woman, and to assume it is to take on a mantle that not even God assumes.
Bees produce honey by simply pursuing the sweetest nectar exuding flowers. So to our own spiritual fruitfulness, we need only focus on the good, the beautiful, and the creative. Spirituality is like art. For it to be truly good, it must be first functional. Nothing has been invented or created, nor ever will be, that has not first been conceived by God and executed in nature. The clearest seeing eyes can be set in the ugliest faces, and the brightest minds in the most broken of bodies. Generous creative output facilitates God's generous input. One can never be more alive than in the moment of death. God talks clearest to those who talk to him. What is prayer but a chat with Jesus? All faiths and beliefs have starting blocks for their believers. These starting blocks are agreed upon and assumed, positions whose veracity it is impossible to debate. One of Christianity's starting blocks is that God is a loving God. Another is that we can have a personal relationship with him, and that God has revealed himself to us through incarnation. So to atheists, whose starting block is that there is no God. Many people are offended at the belief or notion of God. However, just because they object strenuously to the existence of God does not mean a negation against God. An inability to comprehend the divine is a fatal error in imagination. Many atheists object to the existence of God because their egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need. Bees produce honey by simply pursuing the sweetest nectar exuding flowers. So to our own spiritual fruitfulness, we need only focus on the good, the beautiful, and the creative. Spirituality is like art. For it to be truly good, it must be first functional. Nothing has been invented or created, nor ever will be, that has not first been conceived by God and executed in nature. The clearest seeing eyes can be set in the ugliest faces, and the brightest minds in the most broken of bodies. Generous creative output facilitates God's generous input. One can never be more alive than in the moment of death. God talks clearest to those who talk to him. What is prayer but a chat with Jesus? All faiths and beliefs have starting blocks for their believers. These starting blocks are agreed upon and assumed, positions whose veracity it is impossible to debate. One of Christianity's starting blocks is that God is a loving God. Another is that we can have a personal relationship with him, and that God has revealed himself to us through incarnation. To atheists, whose starting block is that there is no God. Many people are offended at the belief or notion of God. However, just because they object strenuously to the existence of God does not mean a negation against God. An inability to comprehend the divine is a fatal error in imagination. Many atheists object to the existence of God because their egocentricity precludes any other from holding centrality in their lives. Sympathy may be learned, but empathy not. It is God-given. The church tells us much about giving from our abundance, but sparingly little on the humility and grace required to receive when we find ourselves in need.
Wealth and need strip a man of need for God too. You notice how the great, mighty, and famous elevate and honor each other. This in sharp contrast to Jesus, who elevates the humble, downtrodden and contrite. It is not possible to love God and not His creation. One honors God by honoring His creatures. Today the clever pursue the mysteries of the creation and not its creator. Rather not call yourself an heir to the kingdom of God until you first become a servant to the King. How poor the man who focuses his life upon possessions instead of on people. This invariably leads to a wealth of belongings, yet a paucity of spirit so impoverishing as to leave him a pauper at death. An excess of money can be most elitist, for the farmer no longer needs to sow wheat. The miller need not mill flour, the baker need no longer bake, and the sinner need not eat of the bread of life. The doing church can find no satisfaction, for their efforts to please God through deeds leads to frantic and exhausting activity. People who cram their lives to the maximum with activities in a frantic effort before they die are lacking faith in the afterlife. There is no exclusion in Jesus, and should it rear its ugly head in any church, quickly exclude yourself. Just as light illuminates and gives dimension, color and detail to all it falls on, so too the Holy Spirit on our lives. Just as an artist attempts to reflect the works of nature in his drawings and paintings, so too the spiritual man and woman who seek to reflect the works of God in their lives. Wealth and ease strip a man of need for God to. You will notice how the great, mighty, and famous elevate and honor each other. This in sharp contrast to Jesus, who elevates the humble, downtrodden and contrite. It is not possible to love God and not His creation. One honors God by honoring His creatures. Today the clever pursue the mysteries of the creation and not its creator. Rather not call yourself an heir to the kingdom of God until you first become a servant to the King. How poor the man who focuses his life upon possessions instead of on people. This invariably leads to a wealth of belongings, yet a paucity of spirit so impoverishing as to leave him a pauper and dead. An excess of money can be most delirious, for the farmer no longer needs to sow wheat. The miller need not mill flour, the baker need no longer bake, and the sinner need not eat of the bread of life. The doing church can find no satisfaction, for their efforts to please God through deeds leads to frantic and exhausting activity. People who cram their lives to the maximum with activities in a frantic effort before they die are lacking faith in the afterlife. There is no exclusion in Jesus, and should it rear its ugly head in any church, quickly exclude yourself. Just as light illuminates and gives dimension, color and detail to all it falls on, so too the Holy Spirit on our lives. Just as an artist attempts to reflect the works of nature in his drawings and paintings, so too the spiritual man and woman who seek to reflect the works of God in their lives.
Oh, great mystery, Jesus. You lived and died and lived forevermore. Bring me into union with you, that I too may live in you, and die in you, and live again in you. Spirituality is an earthly exercise using heavenly methods. One is never going to find God, not until the day one finally wakes to the realization that one hates and despises all that one is, has been, and will be. Many see the divine in the extraordinary, but few see His handiwork in the ordinary. Guilt for one's sins reduces proportionally to the frequency one commits them. rise above oneself. One must first lower oneself to one's knees. God is the intelligence who wants to make itself known. Doing nothing when one has a choice between doing good or evil is as good as doing evil. Good deeds can only have good outcomes. The cross offends both the religious and the secular. An atheist can be as much a fundamentalist as any Christian fundamentalist. Just because one cannot comprehend or just because one has not experienced the mysteries of God does not give one the right to deny his existence. No. There is only one citizenship one can be proud of. One's heavenly citizenship. Any others are merely nationalism. If you cannot smell the sweat and see the dust within the text of the gospel, then the chances are you have not understood its message. One can find no archaism in the sayings of Jesus. No medievalism, no dark ageism, none of the ridiculous, laughable, no exclusionism, and nothing arcane. Wealth can imprison the soul and bind the spirit while poverty can free them. The reason why God demands that we not judge our fellow man is not that we are disallowed an opinion on right and wrong, but that judgment also entails the measuring out of punishment, and we know retribution is God's prerogative alone. Great mystery, Jesus, you lived and died and lived forevermore. Bring me into union with you, that I too may live in you, and die in you, and live again in you. Spirituality is an earthly exercise using heavenly methods. One is never going to find God, not until the day one finally awakes to the realization that one hates and despises all that one is, has been, and will be. Many see the divine in the extraordinary, but few see his handiwork in the ordinary. Guilt for one's sins reduces proportionally to the frequency one commits them. To rise above oneself, one must first lower oneself to one's knees. God is the intelligence who wants to make itself known. Doing nothing when one has a choice between doing good or evil is as good as doing evil. Good deeds can only have good outcomes. The cross offends both the religious and the secular. An atheist can be as much a fundamentalist as any Christian fundamentalist. Just because one cannot comprehend or just because one has not experienced the mysteries of God does not give one the right to deny his existence. There is only one citizenship one can be proud of. One's heavenly citizenship. Any others are merely nationalism. If you cannot smell the sweat and see the dust within the text of the gospel, then the chances are you have not understood its message. One can find no archaism in the sayings of Jesus. No medievalism, no dark ageism, none of the ridiculous, laughable, no exclusionism, and nothing arcane. Wealth can imprison the soul and bind the spirit while poverty can free them. The reason why God demands that we not judge our fellow man is not that we are disallowed an opinion on right and wrong, but that judgment also entails the measuring out of punishment, and we know retribution is God's prerogative alone. People of titles of importance, Jesus only offers one, serving others are all affectations and vanities. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. A spiritual life can be as casual as a pendulum, or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than that. Someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God himself into the puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings and our endings.
Spiritual life can be as casual as a pen doodle, or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than that someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God himself into their puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings and our endings. Whoa. Many people have mistakenly thrown away the Christ by throwing out the church. Emotionally stingy people are invariably stingy with their possessions too. We learn appreciation and gratitude through deprivation and need, just as one can be advantaged by a genetic and cultural inheritance from one's family. It is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parables, sayings, and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens. People love titles of importance. Jesus only offers one. Serving others are all affectations and vanities. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. A spiritual life can be as casual as a pen doodle or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than that someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God himself into their puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings at our endings. Many people have mistakenly thrown away the Christ by throwing out the church. Emotionally stingy people are invariably stingy with their possessions too. We learn appreciation and gratitude through deprivation and need, just as one can be advantaged by a genetic and cultural inheritance from one's family. It is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parables, sayings, and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens. Those who are empathetic walk on wounded feet, give with pierced hands, and ponder with bleeding brow. People love titles of importance. Jesus only offers one. Serving others are all affectations and vanities. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. A spiritual life can be as casual as a pen doodle or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than that someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God himself into their puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings at our endings. Many people have mistakenly thrown away the Christ by throwing out the church. Emotionally stingy people are invariably stingy with their possessions too. We learn appreciation and gratitude through deprivation and need, just as one can be advantaged by a genetic and cultural inheritance from one's family. It is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parables, sayings, and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens. Those who are empathetic walk on wounded feet, give with pierced hands, and ponder with bleeding brows. People love titles of importance. Jesus only offers one. Serving others are all affectations and vanities. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. A spiritual life can be as casual as a pen doodle or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than that someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God Himself into their puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings and our ending. And when people have mistakenly thrown away the Christ by throwing out the church. Emotionally stingy people are invariably stingy with their possessions too. We learn appreciation and gratitude through deprivation and need. Just as one can be advantaged by good genetic and cultural inheritance from one's family, it is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parable sayings and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens. Those who are empathetic walk on wounded feet, give with pierced hands, and ponder with bleeding brows. People love titles of importance. Jesus only offers one. Serving others are all affectations and vanity. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. A spiritual life can be as casual as a pen doodle or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than that someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God Himself into their puppet master and themselves into puppets. We discover our beginnings and our endings. Many people have mistakenly thrown away the Christ by throwing out the shield. Emotionally stingy people are invariably stingy with their possessions too. We learn appreciation and gratitude through deprivation and need. Just as one can be advantaged by a genetic and cultural inheritance from one's family, it is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parables, sayings, and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens. Those who are empathetic walk on wounded feet, give with pierced hands, and ponder with bleeding brows. People love titles, love importance. Jesus only offers one. Serving others are all affectations and vanities. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. A spiritual life can be as casual as a pen doodle or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than that someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. If they could, they would even turn God Himself into their puppet master and discover our beginnings at our endings. Many people have mistakenly thrown away the Christ ponder with bleeding brows. Parables, sayings, and proverbs are born in farmyards, stables, fields, and gardens. Those who are empathetic walk on wounded feet, give with fear, stands and ponder with bleeding brows. People of title, of importance, Jesus only offers one. Servant, others are all affectations and vanities. Afflictions anchor our feet safely to our homes and steadies our eyes on Jesus. A spiritual life can be as casual as a pen doodle or as rich as a painted masterpiece. God only grants earthly requests with spiritual outcomes. Many people would like nothing more than that someone other than themselves take all their life decisions. They could, they would even turn God himself into their puppet master. We discover our beginnings and our endings. Many people have mistakenly thrown away the Christ by throwing out the church. Emotionally stingy people are invariably stingy with their possessions too. We learn appreciation and gratitude through deprivation and need, just as one can be advantaged by a genetic and cultural inheritance from one's family. It is also true that one can benefit from being the inheritor of a spiritual legacy. Parables, sayings, and proverbs. Parables, sayings, and proverbs. Parables, sayings, and proverbs. Tables, fields, and gardens.
The belief in God and a personal Savior exercises the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists and agnostics cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God himself. Sheer obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free-willed love for God are much the superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find God. The target audience of Christ's parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and then, and only then, your fellow man. Many of the rituals, rules, and practices of religions trivialize God. The words of Jesus are a literary dissent, a challenge to the political, a negation of the established order, an affront to the religious, a challenge to the connected. Positive thinking is not a synonym for faith. Better a fool's faith than a clever man's doubt. In the earthly realm, the accomplished and clever precede the ignorant and simple. However, in God's realm, the order is reversed. The servant precedes his master, the poor, the rich, and the humble, the poor. One of the first actions of the Holy Spirit is to give us some comprehension of our spiritual poverty. The truly hungry eat and do not ask questions of taste, origin, or quality. It is they who discover that the Lord is good. A true charismatic leads through humility, simplicity, and servanthood. Reject any others as charlatans in other religions. Salvation is one's destination. However, in Christianity, it is one's departure point. Disquiet in one's soul is indicative of a spiritual dilemma. Without disquiet, no man would ever bother to find God. The belief in God and a personal Savior exercises the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists and agnostics cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God himself. Sheer obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free-willed love for God are much the superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find God. The target audience of Christ's parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and only then, your fellow man. Many of the rituals, rules, and practices of religions trivialize God. The words of Jesus are a literary dissent, a challenge to the political, a negation of the established order, an affront to the religious, a challenge to the connected. Positive thinking is not a synonym for faith. Better a fool's faith than a clever man's doubt. In the earthly realm, the accomplished and clever precede the ignorant and simple. However, in God's realm, the order is reversed. The servant precedes his master, the poor, the rich, and the humble, the poor. One of the first actions of the Holy Spirit is to give us some comprehension of our spiritual poverty. The truly hungry eat and do not ask questions of taste, origin, or quality. It is they who discover that the Lord is good. A true charismatic leads through humility, simplicity, and servanthood. Rejects any others as charlatans. In other religions, salvation is one's destination. However, in Christianity, it is one's departure point. Disquiet in one's soul is indicative of a spiritual dilemma. Without disquiet, no man would ever bother to find God. The belief in God and a personal savior exercises the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists and agnostics cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God himself. Sheer obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free will love for God are much the superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find God. The target audience of Christ's parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and then, and only then, many of the rituals, rules, and practice of religion trivialize God. The words of Jesus are a literary dissent, a challenge to the political, a negation of the established order, an affront to the religious, a challenge to the connected. Positive thinking is not a synonym for faith, but a fool's faith than a clever man's doubt. In the earthly realm, the accomplished and clever precede the ignorant and simple. However, in God's realm, the order is reversed. The servant precedes his master, the poor, the rich, and the humble, the poor. One of the first actions of the Holy Spirit is to give us some comprehension of our spiritual poverty. The truly hungry eat and do not ask questions of taste, origin, or quality. It is they who discover that the Lord is good. A true charismatic leads through humility, simplicity, and servanthood. Reject any others as charlatans. In other religions, salvation is one's destination. However, in Christianity, it is one's departure point.
is the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists and agnostics cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God Himself. Sheer obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free will love for God are much the superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find God. The target audience of Christ's parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and then, and only then, your fellow man. Many of the rituals, rules, and practice of religions trivialize God. The words of Jesus are a literary dissent, a challenge to the political, negation of established order, an affront to the religious, a challenge to the connected. Positive thinking is not a synonym for faith, but a fool's faith than a clever man's doubt. The belief in God and a personal savior exercises the mind and stretches the consciousness in ways that atheists and agnostics cannot even begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God Himself. Sheer obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free will to love for God are much the superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find God. The target audience of Christ's parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and then and only then your fellow man. Many other rituals, rules, and practices of religion trivialize God. The words of Jesus are a literary sin, a challenge to the political, a negation of the established order, an affront to the religious, a challenge to the connected. Positive thinking is not a synonym for faith. Better a fool's faith than a clever man's doubt. In the earthly realm, the accomplished and clever proceed, the ignorant and simple. However, in God's realm, the order is reversed. The servant precedes his master, the poor, the rich, and the humble, the poor. One of the first actions of the Holy Spirit is to give us some comprehension of our spiritual poverty. The truly hungry eat and do not ask questions of taste, origin, or quality. It is they who discover that the Lord is good. A true charismatic leads through humility, simplicity, and servanthood. Rejects begin to comprehend, let alone imagine. Those who seek the face of God do not make requests for insight, for wisdom, for power, for answers, or for faith. Instead, they hunger and thirst for God Himself. Sheer obedience to God or a fear of God can result in good and generous deeds. However, deeds of goodness and generosity that are born of our free will love for God are much the superior. The house called obedience must be built on a foundation called free will. It can never be built on a foundation of compliance and fear, for it will surely crumble. The reward for doing good is doing good. God rewards our good deeds by giving us greater capacity to do good. Only the truly hungry and thirsty find God. The target audience of Christ's parables and sayings are firstly oneself, and then and only then your fellow man. Many other rituals, rules, and practices of religion trivialize God. The words of Jesus are a literary sand, a challenge to the political, a negation of the established order, an affront to the religious, a challenge to the connected. Positive thinking is not a synonym for faith. Better a fool's faith than a clever man's doubt. In the earthly realm, the accomplished and clever proceed, the ignorant and simple. However, in God's realm, the order is reversed. The servant precedes his master, the poor, the rich, and the humble, the poor. One of the first actions of the Holy Spirit is to give us some comprehension of our spiritual poverty.
Now, does not and will not assume the position of piloteership. That position is reserved for you alone. Neither does he direct any other person to this role. He does, however, provide you with enough bright stars in the firmament for you to steer a course to that distant shore. Many spiritual truths are overlooked simply because they are so obvious. Ritual purity is spiritual impurity. Whatever one does, do it in the belief that your deeds will become immortal. One must operate in the eternal future tense. True spirituality does not require the abuse and denigration of the flesh. This is an error born of the belief that the flesh must be sacrificed, for if one accepts the final and all-encompassing sacrifice of the Savior, all-out attempts at propitiation are void. Furthermore, how can one manifest the Spirit if one fails to support and cherish the body who houses the spirit and soul? It is extraordinary that those who detract and ridicule Christianity appear to be so interested, fascinated, and consumed in the very faith that they so vigorously derive. God extends freedom, but not privacy to his creatures. Free will frees us to love freely. Confirmation of one's faith only follows when one steps into the unconfirmed. God does not and will not assume the position of pilot to your ship. That position is reserved for you alone. Neither does he direct any other person to this role. He does, however, provide you with enough bright stars in the firmament for you to steer a course to that distant shore. Many spiritual truths are overlooked simply because they are so obvious. Ritual purity is spiritual impurity. Whatever one does, do it in the belief that your deeds will become immortal. One must operate in the eternal future tense. True spirituality does not require the abuse and denigration of the flesh. Spirituality does not require the abuse and denigration of the flesh. This is an error born of the belief that the flesh must be sacrificed. For Or if one accepts the final and all-encompassing sacrifice of the Savior, all our attempts at propitiation avoid. Furthermore, how can one manifest the Spirit if one fails to support and cherish the body who houses the Spirit and soul? 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 It is extraordinary that those who detract and ridicule Christianity appear to be so interested, fascinated, and consumed in the very faith that they so vigorously deride. God extends freedom, but not privacy to his creatures. Free will frees us to love freely. Confirmation of one's faith only follows when one steps into the unconfirmed. God does not and will not assume the position of pilot to your ship. That position is reserved for you alone. Neither does he direct any other person to this role. He does, however, provide you with enough bright stars in the firmament for you to steer a course to that distant shore. And spiritual truths are overlooked simply because they are so obvious. Ritual purity is spiritual impurity. Whatever one does, do it in the belief that your deeds will become immortal. Must operate in the eternal future tense. True spirituality does not require the abuse and denigration of the flesh. This is an error born of the belief that the flesh must be sacrificed. For if one accepts the final and all-encompassing sacrifice of the Savior, all our attempts at propitiation are void. Furthermore, can one manifest the Spirit if one fails to support and cherish the body who houses the Spirit and soul? It is extraordinary that those who detract and ridicule Christianity appear to be so interested, fascinated, and consumed in the very faith that they so vigorously deride. God extends freedom, but not privacy to his creatures. Free will frees us to love freely. Confirmation of one's faith only follows when one steps into the unconfirmed. God does not and will not assume the position of pilot to your ship. That position is reserved for you alone. Neither does he direct any other person to this role. He does, however, provide you with enough bright stars in the firmament for you to steer a course to that distant shore. Many spiritual truths are overlooked simply because they are so obvious. Ritual purity is spiritual impurity. Whatever one does, do it in the belief that your deeds will become immortal. Must operate in the eternal future tense. True spirituality does not require the abuse and denigration of the flesh. This is an error born of the belief that the flesh must be sacrificed. For if one accepts the final and all-encompassing sacrifice of the Savior, all our attempts at propitiation are void. Furthermore, how can one manifest the Spirit if one fails to support and cherish the body who houses the Spirit and soul? It is extraordinary that those who detract and ridicule Christianity appear to be so interested, fascinated, and consumed in the very faith that they so vigorously deride. God extends freedom, but not privacy to his creatures. Free will frees us to love freely. Confirmation of one's faith only follows when one steps into the unconfirmed.
God's gift of grace, find it difficult, sometimes impossible to extend even a small measure of that grace to their fellow men. There can surely be no theme, no storyline more thrilling than that God came down and dwelt amongst men. There is only one similarity between selfishness and generosity, that when either is indulged, they generate greater and greater levels of themselves. It is a sad observation that ingratitude often increases as grace increases. One learns gratitude by being a giver. Grace is gratitude amplified, gratitude withheld from a generous giver. Be it God or man is an act of spiteful theft. Fundamentalists drive their views up the pyramid of dogma, right up to its pinnacle where there is no room for grace or love to stand. It is apparent that fundamentalism has cornered many Christians and locked them behind a wall of ignorance and fear. The kingdom of God is inclusive, not exclusive. Like the plucked strings of a harp, the whole of nature resonates with the presence of God. Religiosity and self-righteousness are the harrowed soils that grow the pernicious weeds of a judgmental and ungracious spirit. Fundamentalism grows out of fear, and fear out of faithlessness. The antidote for a jealous heart is a complimentary tongue.
Isn't it saddening and disturbing that many people who have been the recipients of God's gift of grace find it difficult and sometimes impossible to extend even a small measure of that grace to their fellow men? There can surely be no theme, no storyline more thrilling than that God came down and dwelt amongst men. There is only one similarity between selfishness and generosity, that when either is indulged, they generate greater and greater levels of themselves.
Resonates with the presence of God. Religiosity and self-righteousness are the harrowed soils that grow the pernicious weeds of a judgmental and ungracious spirit. Fundamentalism grows out of fear, and fear out of faithlessness. The antidote for a jealous heart is a complimentary tongue.
Isn't it saddening and disturbing that many people who have been the recipients of God's gift of grace find it difficult and sometimes impossible to extend even a small measure of that grace to their fellow men? There can surely be no theme, no storyline more thrilling than that God came down and dwelt amongst men.
There is only one similarity between selfishness and generosity. That when either is indulged, they generate greater and greater levels of themselves. It is a sad observation that ingratitude often increases as grace increases. One learns gratitude by being a giver. Grace is gratitude amplified. Gratitude withheld from a generous giver is an act of spiteful theft. Fundamentalists drive their views up the pyramid of dogma, right up to its pinnacle where there is no room for grace or love to stand. It is apparent that fundamentalism has cornered many Christians and locked them behind a wall of ignorance and fear. The kingdom of God is inclusive, not exclusive. Like the plucked strings of a harp, the whole of nature resonates with the presence of God. Religiosity and self-righteousness are the harrowed soils that grow the pernicious weeds of a judgmental and ungracious spirit. Fundamentalism grows out of fear, and fear out of faithlessness. The antidote for a jealous heart.